What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student, every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They are able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning, they're engaging with their peers, they're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers, they're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about
our special board meeting. It is Thursday, July 16th, 2026. We are the Peoria Unified Governing Board. All members are present, and we will go ahead and call this meeting to order. 1.1. 1.2, moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Bowles, would you like to lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Moving on to Section 2, public hearing. Expenditure budget, including maintenance and operations, district additional assistance, classroom site fund budgets for fiscal year 2027. Just need a motion to enter into public hearing.
I motion to enter into public hearing.
I'll second.
Mrs. Cudber, we have a motion. We're working on a new system here. We're trying to find a new pattern, so we'll see if this works or not. Instead of running through a voice, let's try it through our new platform here.
President Toby, could you repeat who made the motion and the second, please?
Absolutely. It was Clerk Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Brooks.
If I did that correctly, you should see something pop up on your screen to vote.
Motion carries 5 yeas. Presenting is Mrs. Rodriguez. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, board members, and our community that is here with us this evening and online. This will be the third time that you've seen our proposed budget, and just to give a little bit of background, so when we originally, the board authorized us on June 23rd to publish the proposed budget then was published, and it was advertised that the location of the hearing, the public hearing, would be in this room. Unfortunately, it was not able to be in this room. We moved it to a different location. We had the meeting at Marshall Ranch so that we could adopt our budget. And so now, because we changed the location after we published the hearing, we published it again to make sure that the community and the public had an opportunity, if they came here that evening and weren't able to speak to the budget, that we're giving them an opportunity again this evening. So the public hearing tonight, basically the same information that I've shared with the governing board. It is the exact same budget that you approved on July 7th. So just kind of going through the process, we are required, and the reason we had to do that on July 7th, we had to publish by the 15th and submit it to the Department of Education, which we did. But now this evening, we're going to give our community an opportunity if they wish to speak to the budget. So the annual budget considers majority of the funding comes from how many students do we have in our classrooms. The base level is the amount that is established by the state legislature. This year it is $5,215.53 per average daily membership, which is our student enrollment, which note that we are projecting what our enrollment will be this year. This is not the exact number, but our projection is it will be roughly a little less than 1,000 less students in this coming school year. But when we actually get our school numbers that we're funded for, it will happen on the 100th day, but by the 40th day of school, we'll know better that number. And these are just some of the, this is a little bit off here. Let me scroll, there we go. These are the base level numbers just to show you the difference between what we ended in 26 and what we are proposing for 27 based on that enrollment number that I just shared with you and that base level support level amount. This is the difference between what we received in our revised budget last year and what we'll be receiving this year, projected to receive, $17 million. The district additional assistance, that is capital money. That's what we buy things with. And then classroom site fund, minimal change in that. The amount per pupil went up a little bit in that fund. And that primarily pays for our teachers and special programs in our instructional improvement. The funding for the override was also decreased this year, which contributed to some of that $17 million. That override in the budget this year is going to be $22 million, where last year it was $32. So there was an $11 million decrease. The override was phased down for this year, FY27, because the initiative did not get passed by the voters last November. But that measure is on the ballot again this year to ask the voters to approve it, and if it's not approved, it will decrease another $11 million in FY28, and then it will completely dissolve by FY29 if the voters don't give us the authorization. So here's just some of the factors. One of the things that we've really looked at hard, and we went through a whole process of identifying where we would need to do those reductions and how we would do that and how we can be with the declining enrollment and the shifting of how our spaces are being utilized. And we did close 2 schools for this coming year. And we increased some athletic fees. There were other eliminations, and I'll just share here some of the actions that we did take. Increase the athletic fees. We eliminated some budget carry forward that our schools had on their budget balances. We eliminated teaching positions. We optimized our special scheduling. And kindergarten, full day kindergarten is not funded by the state, only half day is. So we took half of that kindergarten funding and we moved it to a different fund, because this is one of the items that is on the override as far as what is funded. So in order to still maintain a full day kindergarten program, we shifted the funding source, but this is a one-time only. There was some reserve in that fund. And then we actually just met today to talk about the sub-controlled cost and how we do that with our schools. And then here are some of the other areas. We shifted some funding to fund our coaches, but we also did some real hard looks at our way we deliver services. So you'll see a lot of delivery of services that have been reduced, maintained. We have taken all of these. We've put plans in place that we make sure that we're monitoring these things. So it's one thing to say you're going to do it, but it's another thing to actually do it and monitor that it's being done. We cut significant amount of staff members at the district office to the tune of $1.6 million. And then teachers are taking, not teachers, all staff, administrators, teachers, the superintendent, everyone in the district will have 3 furlough days that are taking out of their paychecks this year, which will equate to $3 million. The first one being on July 31st. Here's some of the budget adjustments. We did a budget stabilization. I worked the numbers, projected what we thought we were going to need as far as reductions. Looks like I was very conservative with my projections, did not include a 2% increase, which the legislature did approve, but back in January when we approved the stabilization, it did not have that 2% authorized yet, so that's a difference. But remember, the enrollment is estimated. So we want to make sure we have the enrollment numbers for sure before we go back and make any adjustments, like revisiting some of the reductions or possibly building our carry forward. In November, we'll know whether the election is passed, and we'll know what our enrollment is. So my recommendation to the board and the community is that we take a look at these numbers again in November and make some decisions about where we want to go as far as how we want to utilize, whether we reduce too much or not. There's some carry forward. We always want carry forward in our budgets. It's our savings account, $12 million for capital for a district this size is not a whole lot of money when you consider how many buildings we have to maintain, but that is the managed carryover that we have. This is the capital projects. You can see focus primarily, the priority is textbooks and instructional materials. We also have some critical needs in our facilities, so we've put some money aside for that. And then the non-instructional software is things that run our network. The student management system, the accounting system, and so those are softwares that we are mandated or required so that we can run the business of the schools. Classroom Site Fund, again, hefty carryover. We've had many conversations about how this can be utilized. So one of the things that the budget does and the board approves it is the tax rates. So here are the tax rates. You'll see the reduction at the M&O override because that's the phase down. So 36 cents phase down for the property taxes this year. And then here's just some additional funding sources just to give the board an idea of different opportunities that we have and some different funding revenue sources that we have. Timeline. We proposed, we approved, and then now in December and May, we have the opportunities to revise, and we'll bring that back to the board.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. So as before, if you guys weren't here last week, we will open up the microphone to anybody. You don't have to have a public comment card. This is a public hearing. So if there are any comments that anyone wishes to make from the audience, please go ahead and step on up to the microphone and just state who you are and what your thoughts are on the budget. We want to hear from you. So this is your time to voice your thoughts.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jack Becker again. I've spoke to the board a number of times and all of you. I was on the textbook committee for language arts, and that was an amazing experience. Just out of curiosity, how were the textbooks in this district affected by any budget cuts?
We can have Ms. Rodriguez after your comment come back up after we're done with comments.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other comments from the public on this budget or the finances for the district for fiscal year 2027?
Hi, my name is Jeannie Kesting. I just want to say again that people are watching right now to see if 2 board members here are going to be abstaining from their votes. There's a phenomenon happening in this district where there are 2 board members who like to abstain from decisions that consider budgets, overrides, things like that. Typically, on a school board, an abstention happens when there is a conflict of interest. So, like student investigation, HR investigation, a vendor conflict of interest, right? Like vendors that are on the school board or married to a school board member, that member would not be able to vote because it would be a conflict of interest. So I'd love it if people are abstaining from votes. I feel like you're dodging your constituents. You don't want people to know where you stand on these issues. And maybe you're trying to play both sides of the fence, That's what it looks like to me as an observer. So I'd like to encourage this board to consider making that distinction. When I was on a school board several years ago, anytime somebody abstained, they would explain, oh, well, you know, I work with this vendor in this particular capacity, or I know this family that is involved in this investigation. So I think that the voters and your constituents, whether they voted for you or not, really deserve to know that. So I encourage you to let your voice be known. That's why you were elected. And if you can't handle that role as an elected official, perhaps you should resign. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Open it up to any other additional comments on the budget ratification here. Okay, hearing none, seeing none, Mrs. Rodriguez, turn it back to you.
Yes, thank you, President Tobey, members of the board. And sir, to answer your question in regards to the, how the, let's see if I can get this up. I just wanted to share with you the capital plan. So the capital plan that we have in place, the adoption of the textbooks, when we authorized that adoption, we did let the board know we had set aside money last year for part of the adoption, and then as you can see, one of our priorities in our projects for capital is textbooks. So textbooks and instructional materials, always a priority when we are planning our capital.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. We'll turn over to board members as we are part of the community as well. Any other additional comments or questions regarding the budget?
I just wanted to, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
I'll just bring up that when the budget process started, we started working on this a couple months ago, and anybody can go back and watch them. I was really more frustrated, having concerns regarding positions at the DAC when we were talking about cutting positions at the schools. That just didn't sit well with me, and it's not a, so in this budget, there is consideration for, we have a bunch of positions we moved from M&O to classroom site funds at the DAC level, and I don't really support that decision in the budget. I think that we really, if we're talking about a budget and we're having to make cuts and we're having to tighten things up, I think that we need to, and we're short staff, we need to move positions down to the school levels to help those staff members and students and families. So that's just kind of where my position is on the budget this year. That's where I'm at right now, and anybody can go back and watch that over the past couple months. This has been a long process, and that's where I've stayed true to what I said. So just quickly put that in there.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you, President Tobey. Has our staffing structure changed? Like, I know that we, from a couple of years ago, we have definitely at the district office, our executive level staff has diminished substantially, as you can tell by the number of individuals that are sitting over there. And have we changed our structure with the number of administrators and number of principals, that type of thing throughout this budgetary I mean, I know we changed a little bit of the office staff, but in terms of at the district, because I think it's important to point out how we did make those cuts across all of our employee groups.
Yes, thank you, President Tobey. Member Ewing, so as the budget shows, there's $1.6 million that was cut out of district staff, a significant amount, and the workload was redistributed. As our enrollment declines, the number of teachers that we need for students is going to decrease as well. And I know that's hard to see, but that's when we have staffing ratios, that's what we look at to make sure that we're optimizing our staffing. And so the district level, yes, we've cut 2 or 3 administrative positions. We've cut supports for those administrators out of our budget as well. So it is as Member Brooks said, we did have many lengthy conversations about what was in the best interest. We still want to provide support to our schools, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't remove things that were going to diminish that support for our students. So it was difficult. These are not easy decisions to make in any stretch of the imagination. We are in the business of educating students, though, and we need to make sure we're staying focused on how do we put the best supports in our classrooms.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Bowles.
Yes, thank you, President Toby. First of all, I just want to say I am very grateful for you. I know if you can't make this work, I don't know if anybody could, in the cuts and things that we have to do. But I want to address the abstain comments that have been out on social media and even tonight. Concerning Ms. Rooks and myself, we are the two up here, if you didn't know that abstained last meeting. So I'm just going to start by saying abstaining vote. That means when someone refrains from voting because they don't have enough information to make a knowledgeable yes or no choice. The general term is abstention. A responsible board member or anyone in office should never cast a decisive vote without having all the relevant facts, documents, or implications fully presented. Exercising caution is not avoidance in a good governance. Critical decisions demand clarity, accuracy, and complete information. And I, as a board member, will always prioritize that standard on behalf of our families, students, and community. I would be concerned if, as a parent, as a taxpayer, a student, or a teacher, if anyone on the board cast a vote based on emotion or pressure from teachers' unions or special interest groups. I will say that there's been times, unless you've been up here, you don't know what it is to be up here. That does happen, and we'd all be lying if we didn't say, hey, maybe we should, whatever. But we go back. I go back to the core of what I ran on. I go back to the core of who I am. I don't have to pretend that I'm, something over here and not over here. So I just wanted to clarify that, but I do appreciate, I know that you are making this work, and it is not easy. It's not easy for anyone. I wish we had money like, when we had all the taxpayer money, because it's never free money. In 2020, 2021, we had a lot of money. I would really like to be able to give that out, but I think doing these things, we are leading both in education with our 7th and 8th grade program at Cactus and our budget cutting things that should have been cut back in 2015. We should have started way back then. But you're the person for it. I know that you are. So I'm very grateful for you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Clerk Proudfit.
I'm just going to share a few quick points. Can you go to slide 8? Thank you for all your work on this. This has been a lengthy process. I feel like our community has gotten so much great input. They've given us input. We've been able to be out on site visits, and I really feel like this budget is a summation of all of that communication. All right, so I wanted to go to 8. I just wanted, since we have a full boardroom, this feels like the right time to do it. So this is currently what is funded out of M&O. Remember that M&O is the initiative that we vote on as taxpayers, whether or not we want to invest money into our school system. So I just want everyone to pay close attention to that, take a screenshot. I think this is a great slide so that people can understand if initiatives in the future don't pass and we're looking at additional cuts, this is the pool that it cuts from, because that is how things are currently funded. So I just wanted to point that out in case anyone wants a quick list of where the funding is going. That's, I think, a really great slide. Okay, now can you go to 14, please? Thank you. Okay, so one of the things we've been working on with the board, and I absolutely agree with Ms. Bowles, Mrs. Rodriguez is one of the most innovative, outside of the box thinkers, and we are so, so grateful to have her. These are some of our project costs, but I wanted to kind of just point out a few. So we have the addition of Liberty, which is going to help alleviate overcrowding in that school. We have the remodel for Peoria Alternative Pathways. The great things about how we're spending money is we want to make sure that we're getting really, really good return on investment, that it has potential to actually generate revenue and self-sustain. So as we continue to build programs, yes, we're going to be asking the community to invest in the district because as a community, that's what we do. But also we're trying to think of ways and to think outside the box, to support school choice, to bring in ESA dollars, to offer supports to homeschool families so that we can create self-sustaining programs within our district. The remodel of Cactus, I have to brag on this for a second. Do you guys know, everyone wasn't sure how the community was gonna take it. It's on a wait list. It's actually become a program that without even existing is attracting people to our district. We have another initiative on the ballot coming up about potential sell or renting of Kachina. We have all kinds of stuff going on, but I just wanted to point out Cactus Pool, Peoria Pool, all these things are actually community things that can generate revenue for our district. So we're not just trying to follow the usual plan. We throw the craziest ideas at Marcy, she throws the craziest ideas at us, and we work together to figure out how it can benefit our district and move our district forward into the future. So I just want to highlight those few things. I know we've talked this to death, but thank you, Marcy, for doing such an incredible job and for helping our community truly rise to meet the challenges of the education that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Proudfit. Yeah, I mean, everything and more. So one thing that I wrote down here when you were speaking, Mrs. Rodriguez, was talking about it's something to say you're going to do something and then also to follow up and have that after action of actually following through and doing it. When I was a candidate, right, that was one of the things I heard was that, well, the district says they're going to do one thing and they never follow through. I mean, here it is literally in dollars and cents, and you have a way of explaining it in such a distilled manner to where it's evident that you are on top of it and you're tracking these dollars very carefully. And so just to our community who, are seeing this budget process and also what these things are funding, just know that Mrs. Rodriguez and her team is on top of it. From everything that we've seen since, you've been a member of our family here, it's been followed through. And so I appreciate that. And I know we've had a lot of hard conversations. It wasn't fun voting on cutting $21 million, and so speaking directly to all the employees of Peoria Unified, very proud, right? So without sounding like an airline attendant, we know you have choices, but you choose Peoria, and you choose Peoria for a reason. It doesn't pay the best, right? It's not necessarily the most fancy school district, but we're good. We're good as a school district. So you guys keep coming back. I talked to a principal this morning that hired 39 people over the summer. People are coming to our door, regardless of the dollars that we're having to cut and things of that nature. So we are still accepting students and employees, and this district is moving forward. And so with the focus of school starting in a few weeks, which my kids are oh so excited, thank you to all the employees too. I did some site visits today, and just the hustle and bustle that you guys are doing on your own time, don't tell anybody in admin, is amazing. The effort you guys are putting in. So thank you for that. I don't have any additional questions, but thank you, Mr. Proudfit, for pointing out that chart. I agree with all that. With that, we just need a motion to adjourn our public hearing.
I motion to adjourn public hearing.
I will second.
We have a motion by Clerk Proudfit, second by Mrs. Ewing. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. Moving on to number 4, address the agenda. 4.1, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. Any board members have any recommendations for changes this evening? No? Hearing none, seeing none, just need a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll motion to approve the agenda as presented.
And I'll second.
Mrs. Cutler, we have a motion by Mrs. Rooks, second by Mrs. Bowles. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to Section 5, Administrative Appointments, 5.1, Appointment of Principal of Centennial High School. Mrs. Vicentainer, welcome.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Profit, and members of the Governing Board, members of the public, and our community. We are pleased to announce that we would like to, following a thorough interview process, including a panel of over 9 members of our community, certified and support staff, as well as district administration, the recommendation was for Darren Schoolcraft to be the new principal of Centennial High School. Mr. Schoolcraft has worked in public education for over 15 years, with many of those right here in the Peoria Unified School District. Mr. Schoolcraft has served as the assistant principal and athletic director of Centennial High School for the past 2 years, where he has strengthened parent partnerships in the classroom and through extracurricular activities. Previously, his experience as principal of Apache Elementary and assistant principal at Zuni Hills and Sundance Elementary Schools stood out during the selection process. He began his career in public education in 2009 as a physical education teacher. His connections to Peoria Unified School District run deep, as well as the Centennial community. He taught at Desert Harbor Elementary School. He served as a coach and helped every Sand Shark reach their potential. Mr. Schoolcraft is also a proud alumni of Marshall Ranch Elementary School and Ironwood High School, and he has a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Educational Leadership from Northern Arizona University. So with that, we'd like to put forward our recommendation for Mr. Schoolcraft as the principal of Centennial High School.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. We do have public comment on this line item, so we will go to public comment first. Commentators will have 3 minutes. The first one is Tressa Reppold.
Good evening, President Toby, members of the board, superintendent, cabinet, students, families, and community. I'm a constituent and proud product of Peoria Unified. I entrusted my children to this district and they thrived here. I have followed in my mother's footsteps as an employee of this district. I'm a proud teacher at Centennial High School. The caliber of students and families that choose Centennial from all over the surrounding area is second to none. It is an honor to serve them. They deserve a strong leader who will do right by them. It is my pleasure as a member of the Centennial High School family to express my appreciation to Mr. Schoolcraft for stepping up to lead Centennial. It's no easy task to take on this role in the best of times, let alone during a time of controversy. Mr. Schoolcraft knows our school and our values. He's been doing the job of 4 administrators just as we're gearing up for a new school year. He cares deeply about our students and our community. He will help us maintain strong academics, athletics, and extracurriculars that we are known for. Thank you for stepping up and welcome to your new role, Mr. Schoolcraft.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Laura T.
Good evening to all. I would like to welcome and congratulate the new principal as he begins his important leadership role. Your school has faced a difficult and highly publicized year. While the underlying incidents were serious and deserved attention, much of the commotion that followed, including the spread of inaccurate or incomplete information, created additional disruption for students, staff, and families. In many ways, that turmoil occurred at the expense of the very people we should have been protecting and supporting. As you step into this position, I hope one of your priorities will be creating an environment that allows the school community to heal, rebuild trust, and move forward together. I also encourage you to work closely with your executive director and district leadership team. Working together with the superintendent, I hope there will be a continued focus on reviewing policies, strengthening procedures, reinforcing mandated reporting requirements, and ensuring that all employees understand their responsibility in protecting students. These events also remind us of an important responsibility of the governing board. The board's role is not simply to respond when problems occur and run to the media. It is to work with the district leadership to review policies, identify areas for improvement, support administrator training, and ensure systems are in place to prevent failures before they happen especially when supporting new principals and school leaders. Unfortunately, in recent years, too much attention has been given to conflict and division rather than focusing on practical solutions. Our students, staff, and families deserve leadership focused on strengthening schools, supporting employees, and maintaining public trust. This is why I am encouraged by the leadership of our new board president. I am confident this board has an opportunity to move beyond conflict and focus on what matters most: student safety, accountability, and supporting district leadership in the important work of educating our children. To our new principal, Mr. Schoolcraft, I wish you success. You are joining a school community with dedicated staff, supportive families, and resilient students. I look forward to seeing the positive impact of your leadership as the school moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Tracy.
Good evening, Governing Board President Toby and members of the board. I am currently a Centennial School employee, a parent of 2 Centennial students, including one being a recent graduate. I wanted to speak in support of promoting Mr. Schoolcraft. Mr. Schoolcraft is the kind of administrator who is not afraid to roll up his sleeves and do whatever needs to be done to make things work. He leads by example, is approachable, has always been understanding and supportive of both staff and students, and he is someone you feel genuinely comfortable going to, and that matters. I also believe there is tremendous value in leaving leadership that truly knows Centennial School, our culture, our mission, and what we work so hard to accomplish every day. We have built something special at Centennial. We are known for our strong academics, including arts and CTE, while also taking great pride in our athletics and the opportunities we provide for students. We really are an exceptional school, and I believe it's important to have leaders who understand what has made us successful and can continue moving that vision forward. I fully support Mr. Schoolcraft's promotion, and I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Shelley Peterson.
Good evening. My name is Shelley Peterson. I'm proud to be a product of PUSD from kindergarten through 12th grade. Both of my children graduated from Centennial High School, and I have had the privilege of serving as a special education teacher, AP environmental teacher, and general education teacher at Centennial. I chose to work at Centennial because it's like a family. The teachers here are compassionate, dedicated professionals who simply want the opportunity to do what's best, teach and support students. Darren is part of our family. He knows our students, our staff, our community, and the unique strengths and challenges of Centennial. He understands what it will take for our school to heal, rebuild trust, and continue moving forward. I ask that this decision be made based on what is best for Centennial, not politics or publicity. Give our students and staff the opportunity to restore the culture, the pride, the sense of belonging that have always made Centennial special. Let our students have the high school experience they deserve, and let Centennial heal and thrive under a leader who already believes in this community. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Ashley Perryman, followed by George Colebrook.
Hello, good evening, Governing Board, and everybody else that's here. I've had the opportunity to interact with Mr. Schoolcraft twice, both times in non-disciplinary related matters for my child. In those instances, he was warm and welcoming, willing to hear out the entirety of the situation, and presented solutions based on their merit. He approached problem solving with nuance, a very important trait for a leader. As one of our governing board members famously once said, I would rather have a root canal than be the principal of Centennial. But Mr. Schoolcraft seems ready to take on this challenge. The Centennial community needs someone who cares, who can guide us forwards in a gentle and solid manner. Based on my interactions with him, I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Schoolcraft in this new role as principal of Centennial High School. I hope you're still the principal of Centennial when my son graduates in 2041. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. George Colebrook, followed by Kate Manasco.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, and district administration. I come to you as a parent. My children, I am an employee of the district, but I come as a parent and a constituent as well. My children, I've been involved with Centennial for the last 7 years. My daughter graduated 2 years ago. I have a freshman coming in next year, and he's excited. They are very excited to be, and one graduating this year. Centennial has been a wonderful place due to the leadership that they've had. And this last year was challenging. I encourage you to bring back the normalcy. And as we've heard earlier, the healing that needs to happen at Centennial. Centennial is a great place. And Mr. Schoolcraft, I've known and worked with him since 2016 when I actually wasn't with the district. He was a first assistant principal at Sundance Elementary School, and I worked in a local recreational facility, and it was amazing. It was a pleasure. Of all the schools that I worked with, he was a go-to, and he's always been that. I wear this shirt as a proud dad. We started the flag football team, officially recognized varsity football team last year, and he was a go-to for helping us with questions and getting things done. You see him late at the school, on the campus all the time. He is very dedicated, and he is what Centennial needs to thrive and continue to grow due to the circumstances that we have. So I encourage you and urge you to please vote yes to have Mr. Schoolcraft be the next principal of Centennial High School. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Closing us out is Kate Manasco.
Closer, that's a lot of pressure. Good evening, Governing Board President Toby, Cabinet, Ms. Vicentiner. My name is Kate Manasco. I am a proud teacher at Centennial High School, going on year 11, serving as their band director. I believe I bring a unique perspective because I've had the opportunity to work with Darren in different roles, and every one of those experiences has led me to the same conclusion. He is the right person to lead our school. As an educator, Darren has been somebody I can turn to for advice and support. He listens, asks thoughtful questions, and he empowers us to find the right solutions rather than simply just telling us, do this. He makes those around him better at what they do. As the director of one of the largest student organizations on campus, I've relied on him to navigate everything from student activities to booster activities, and he understands the complexities of running those successful programs, and he approaches the challenge with professionalism, patience, and common sense. As the marching band director, I've also experienced his unwavering support for our students. And yeah, I will proudly say marching band is a sport. Ask any of your high school directors next week because we are all going to band camp. Join us if you would like to thrive in that experience. Whether it was athletics, performing arts, or any other student activity like flag football for the girls, he has consistently shown that he values every student and every program because he understands that they all contribute to a thriving school culture. Finally, I will speak as an actual member of this Centennial community. Darren isn't someone coming in to learn who we are. He's one of us. As Shelley said, he's family. I lost my spot. His children are future coyotes, and he previously taught at Desert Harbor. A former parent at Desert Harbor literally told me today that when he was a PE teacher, he would give up his prep time to help a second grader with sight words. Like, who does that? This guy. But he has a deep understanding of the feeder program. He understands who we are from the bottom up. Perhaps the most meaningful thing I can share is what I've heard from the kids. They're genuinely excited at the possibility or the prospect of Darren becoming principal. In a year that has often felt like living inside of a tornado of uncertainty and change, our students are looking for someone who represents stability, consistency, and hope. Schools heal through trust, relationships, and steady leadership, and I truly believe that Darren is the person who can help Centennial move forward, rebuild the trust, and unite our school community. Without reservation, I encourage you to vote yes for Darren as the next principal of Centennial High School. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Nasco. You are off the hook. We actually have one more public comment. Mr. Jack Becker, go ahead.
President Toby, members of the board, any coach will tell you the way to attack a defense is a better offense. Our district, despite current events, must promote the quality education that our students receive on a daily basis. Let's look at some facts. The class of 2026 was offered $93.7 million in scholarships. $93.7 million. How many districts can say that? The state has given our district an overall grade of A-, placing us in the top 10%. Programs and curriculums are designed to meet the needs of all students from preschool to high school, including special ed, honors, and advanced placement. After being on the High School Language Arts Committee this year, I'm even more impressed by the district. Peoria teachers are highly educated and dedicated to their students every day. They need our support. How many teachers in this room, and being a former teacher, are already back at work? Raise your hands. You probably already know this, but your first contract day has not happened yet. And I'm saying it's about 3 weeks away. And there you are working. The parking lots are full. Why not market our schools on a monthly basis? Each school could highlight student achievement, programs, and events on their websites. Students and teachers could create videos, highlight class projects or achievements. This may create more interest in each school, with the possibility of more families choosing public schools instead of charter schools or private schools. After being on the Language Arts High School Committee, I'm even more confident that Peoria District is a district that we must support. AI will never replace outstanding teachers. I wish teachers, students, and administrators and other staff members in this district an outstanding year. Our students deserve the best. On a personal note, I again welcome the opportunity to serve on a committee at no pay. And again, I thank all of you for your time and support.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Becker. Sorry if I skipped over you, but I appreciate you serving on our textbook committee and all the hours you put in, so thank you. Mrs. Vicentainer, welcome back. I'm going to turn over to board comments now, so we'll start off with Mrs. Brooks. Any comments or questions?
Yes. Before I get into my comments and my questions I wrote down here, I think, and this is even like hard to say because of how horrific this last year was, and reading that Peoria police report, it hit me, like it hit hard, because there was students that were interviewed and all the students basically were saying the same thing, that things were swept under the rug. That's students. That were students that were there. I can't ignore that. There was a student that posted online on social media on one of the stories on this that she felt like there was no point in saying anything to principal administrators because she felt like her voice wouldn't be heard about what she was saying with the two teachers. And we're talking about kids were harmed and preyed on by two adults. They took advantage of them. They groomed them. I don't understand why anybody would be not questioning that. So I'll just start with, before I'm casting a vote, I believe that there are serious questions that still must be answered. And it's not because I'm declaring Mr. Schoolcraft guilty of wrongdoing, but I believe it is our responsibility to protect students, follow a process, and ensure that every individual connected to these matters have been appropriately reviewed. So according to the original police report and the records that everyone can see out there in the police report regarding the email that was sent in February of 2025, All the administrators were on that email of the concern that was brought forward by a graduating student. In the original police report, the principal, Scott Hollabaugh, and Mr. Schoolcraft, they were approached by another principal sharing the same concerns about Haley Beck and the student. So for me, that there appears to be a connection with some of these concerns. So these are facts. These are out there in the police report. Anybody can read it. This raises for me legitimate questions about what was known, who knew it, what actions were taken, and whether law enforcement has completed its review of everyone involved. So before voting, I would like to ask a couple questions to get some answers to. Ms. Talia Vicentainer, has Mr. Schoolcraft been interviewed by Peoria Police regarding the concerns involving Haley Beck?
President Toby, Mrs. Rooks, I'm not aware of his participation in any new investigation, but as you have mentioned, everyone that was interviewed during the original interview process was in the police report.
Okay. I didn't see an interview in there, so that's why I was asking.
I am not aware of him being interviewed in that process, no.
Okay. Has law enforcement reviewed the conversation with Mr. Schoolcraft, Mr. Scott Hollabaugh, and the Peoria High School principal in which concerns were reportedly raised about Ms. Beck becoming too close to a student? It was at a staff meeting.
Mr. Toby, Mrs. Rooks, that information is in the police report, as you mentioned.
Okay. Has Peoria Police informed the district that Mr. Schoolcraft is not considered relevant to any investigation involving potential mandatory reporting failures, even with the most recent search warrant last week?
President Toby, Mrs. Rooks, they have not mentioned any individual specifically with regards to that.
Has the district received any written communication from law enforcement regarding Mr. Schoolcraft?
President Toby, Mrs. Rooks, not to the best of my recollection.
If law enforcement has not completed that review, and with the recent 2 search warrants that we've had, why is this board being asked to make a permanent leadership decision tonight? I want to be very clear. I'm not asking the police department to make the district's hiring decision. That authority belongs to the district and to this board. But before we place someone in charge of the very school at the center of an ongoing investigation related to 2 teachers' sexual misconduct with minors, I believe we need reliable confirmation that all concerns involving Mr. Schoolcraft have been fully examined. So I'm going to turn to President Toby. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but based on your law enforcement background, when officers take property under a search warrant, is an inventory or itemized receipt normally provided to the person or entity from whom the property was taken?
I'm here as the governing board president. I'm not going to weigh in my official capacity in law enforcement.
Okay. I'll just say the next question I had was, has this board ever been given the inventory of materials taken by Peoria Police during both warrants? To my knowledge, no. I've not seen anything as a board member, nothing. That was handed over to Peoria Police in both search warrants. I don't even know where the records are that was given to Peoria Police. I don't know what was in them. I don't know who knew about them, who had them, who was in possession. I don't know how many connections there are. That makes me nervous to vote on something like this tonight, because it's me putting my name on it.
Point of order. I feel like we're litigating out a situation. We're simply here to cast a vote on whether or not we support
And
Jared
Mrs.
Schoolcraft.
Proudfit, I would like to continue.
Point of order.
Refrain from applause.
Point of order.
I do want to allow Mrs. Rooks to ask the question, but if you could, please keep it in line as far as the scope of Mr. Schoolcraft's appointment.
Yes, and Mr. Schoolcraft's involvement in the Centennial High School situation is a part of that tonight, because we're making a decision for a leadership role at that school where those children were harmed.
Thank you for exercising caution.
So I'm going to ask the governing board. None of us have seen anything from these search warrants of who was involved, what, where, and where. So how can we adequately be informed about this decision tonight with the records, devices, files, or other materials that were taken from the district that we are responsible for overseeing regarding the Centennial High situation with the teachers, Haley Beck and Angela Berlacca? Because to the best of my knowledge, I've not seen anything, again, from Peoria Police Department. So how can I make a decision this big without all the facts or the information from Peoria Police Department? The district has repeatedly stated that it has fully cooperated with law enforcement throughout this investigation. If that is the district's position, I want to understand why an additional search warrant was even necessary. What materials did police seek during the most recent search that they did not receive during the first one? Did we not give them everything? Or did they not take anything last week during the second search warrant? I know we want to keep trying to.
Point of order.
If you let me get to my ending.
What you're talking about has to do with the second search warrant and not the appointment of this individual. I understand you have concerns, and you've stated that over and over again, but you're continuing to question the items within the first search warrant and the second search warrant. My suggestion would be, if you have concerns about certain things in those that are related to the individual, that would keep us on topic. But your continual question of the actual search warrant is off topic.
No, it's not, because it is in relation to, I would like to know if Mr. Schoolcraft was any part of any documents, files, notes, anything that was handed over to Peoria Police. And I have not seen anything, so I don't know how to make an informal decision this evening without hearing anything from the Peoria Police Department in their investigation into failure to mandate report. That is huge.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. I do understand what your point is. If you could continue your line of questioning. I don't think we have the answers, or Mrs. Vicentainer has some of these answers that you are asking, but if you could please continue your line of questioning.
Okay. Well, since I keep getting interrupted with the questions that I'm trying to ask and get answers for, I'm just going to state, I believe the responsible course is to appoint an interim principal who has no known connection to the events that are currently being investigated until the investigation is completed, because we have no idea what was in those things handed over to police. That would not be a punishment of Mr. Schoolcraft, nor would it be finding against him. It would protect the integrity of the investigation and protect Mr. Schoolcraft's staff and students from being placed in a permanent position while unanswered questions remain with a police investigation underway on failure to report with 2 search warrants. Once Peoria Police has committed to review, or once this board receives sufficient information from the police department, then later at a different date, looking at that from a year from now, of bringing it back to the board. We don't currently know anything that was taken during either search. We don't know who had access to every record, who handled each complaint, or whether every person's action have been fully reviewed. We haven't seen anything that was in both search warrants. So when the safety of the children is involved, we should not rush. We should not allow administrative convenience to take priority over student safety. Our responsibility is to protect the children, not institutions, titles, reputations, or timelines. Until these questions have been answered through a credible process with Peoria Police Department, I cannot support making this permanent appointment tonight. I think it needs to be postponed. I think we need to have an interim. We don't know any part of the investigation. Peoria Police are still investigating. So that's where I stand on. It's in the police report. If anybody reads it, it's 200 pages. I read it. I can't ignore what the students wrote in there. I can't. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Ewing, comments or questions?
Thank you, President Toby. One of our speakers mentioned the need for stability, hope, and I think that the individual that is best to provide that is somebody who is within the community of Centennial. And the questions that have been raised by our fellow board member, they're important. And part of the board's job is to ensure that high levels of scrutiny are provided over any employees that are brought into an administrative position, and frankly, any position. So I think it would be good to review a little bit about the interview process, Mrs. Vicentainer, that the team went through. If you're able to say like the number of individuals who applied for this position, and how because I know I did make that phone call to you, and we've had this possible information out there for quite some time that there's a possibility that he may be appointed. So I'd love for you to walk us through what is that appointment, what is that review process like for individuals when they're going through this interview process?
Excuse me, President Toby, Mrs. Ewing. So the selection process began with a posting that was out for the public. So we solicited both internal and external candidates. We had, I believe, over 10 candidates total. I don't remember the exact number, I apologize, that applied for the position. There was a group of candidates that were selected to come in for the interview. They were both internal and external. I believe it was 5 total. We had 9 members of the Centennial community as well as district employees who participated in that process. That first interview process, they do what is called a forced ranking process, where everyone evaluates the candidates, comes forward with who they believe is their best candidate, and then we move forward with a recommendation. If there are 2 candidates that are close in scores or have an equal number of, or a close number of recommendations that come to the top, then those individuals are put forward for a second interview. In this particular situation, the panel only recommended bringing forward Mr. Schoolcraft. So that is how we brought forward the members of the cabinet. We met with Mr. Schoolcraft, talked about the concerns, talked about the situation, but felt strongly that Mr. Schoolcraft has the leadership, and we believe through our own investigations and through our processes, as well as conversations with the police throughout this entire process, that we felt comfortable bringing him forward at this time.
And with regards to, the last meeting we had, we did have an executive session that followed our board meeting. And in there, we got, it was agendized that we were getting an update on the search warrant and so forth. So all of the board members have been given that information. And has there...
Mrs. Ewing, we've not seen anything that was handed over from both search warrants. So I just want to make sure that's clarified.
Okay, I'm not sure why you're interrupting me, but I was not going down that path. So...
Excuse me, this is Mrs. Ewing's time. If she can please reclaim her time. If you have a point of order, you can state so. Otherwise, please refrain from commenting.
Okay. Thank you, President Toby. It's been really, really difficult for the entire community and for students with what has happened in Centennial. Our staff have been, not only from the actions of those deplorable 2 teachers, but also from the trauma that's been experienced with all of the media attention and so forth, and the students trying to heal and the staff trying to heal, that there was trusted individuals to handle those students, and they did not meet those standards by any means. Part of our job as board and districts is to ensure that we cooperate and provide all of the information that is needed to our investigators. And oftentimes, from what I understand, what I'm knowledgeable about, the board isn't always provided all of the list of items because of the sensitivity of investigations. There's laws around that. But with regards to Mr. Schoolcraft,
I'm incredibly humbled that you're willing to step forward in this environment and willing to be open and transparent to our community and to help them move forward, with also the understanding is that it's going to take some time and we will continue to be under public scrutiny and under the microscope for all of our actions. But I'm also very confident in the staff at Centennial to be absolutely professional with their students, and I'm confident in the leadership of Mrs. Vicentainer that she demands that our staff adhere to all of the laws around mandatory reporting, and that's just the bare minimum, but that we need to be ensuring that all of our processes are safe for students. So I'm excited for this opportunity for you. And I know we'll have continued discussions in this boardroom about the progress of the investigation. So is there any other information, Mrs. Vicentainer, that gave the team any reservations with regards to the investigation with Mr. Schoolcraft's ability to carry out his role as the principal at Centennial?
President Toby, Mrs. Ewing, the feedback that I received from the opening committee was that he was honest, he was caring, he was humble, and he showed a true commitment to the Centennial community as being a member of the community himself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you, President Toby. First, I want to say that I am sorry to all the families from Centennial and the staff for this scandal, sexual scandal. But most of all, I am sorry to the victims that will carry scars for the rest of their lives. When they look at their children and think, my God, my teacher did this to me, as they're looking at their little girl or they're looking at their little boy, those things don't just get shoved under the rug. Mr. Schoolcraft, I want to say thank you for the many years of service that you've given our district. Ms. Ewing touched on a topic that, to even say out loud doesn't even make sense, but as a board member, we are legally responsible for making decisions, yet many times we're not provided with all the information. I'm not okay with that. We're sworn in to protect children. If we can't protect children, I've said this from the podium and up here several times, we may as well just shut the door. I'm not saying anyone in this room is to blame for that. That needs to be the first thing. I'm not even sure why that's not making the headlines every day. I won't go down that rabbit hole. Our community deserves decisions grounded in facts, not influence or impulse or, this person's, that or this or anything else. Board members have a responsibility to evaluate complete information, think independently, and act solely in the best interest of students, families, constituents, teachers. I heard stability and hope. My background in behavior specialist and many, many times teaching even the grieving wheel, and sometimes when we can't make sense of loss or violation in this case. Stability and hope doesn't come just through pressing on. I think if we were all being honest in the room, if you've ever even lost anyone, you know that that's not the case. And as a matter of fact, that actually pushes you to, substances or other things that are just not good. I think Ms. Ricks brought a comment that we all have heard up here on the board, and that is that they're just shoving it under the rug. That's a real comment that our students were making. That's concerning. Just pressing on is not bringing hope or stability, actually. Sometimes it's doing and saying the hard things. So I just want to say thank you, Ms. Rooks, because it isn't easy to face this head on. I'm Gen X. I'm proud of that. I face things head on. Some are not comfortable doing that. I'm okay with that as well. But this is not a frivolous decision to be made in the middle of an investigation. And I don't understand why we are making a decision when there's an open investigation, an open criminal investigation, as some of the other board members, when they ousted Ms. Brooks, brought up. So until this investigation is over, how can we make a decision as board members to be responsible and evaluate complete information, think independently, and act solely on the best interest of everyone? I don't, I'll just leave it at that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Clerk Prophet.
I think that it takes an amazing amount of hubris to suggest that any one of us can protect children completely. The self cannot, that's just self-aggrandizement to a level, because children are protected when communities work together. Children are protected when the police work to help strengthen families, and they all work towards the school district, and that circle goes around and around. It's the village where we have the best chance of keeping kids safe. If any of those cogs fall off the wheel, there are gaps. We cannot lose the community that keeps our kids safe, and we cannot allow the alleged actions of two people to impact and rip apart our community. If you're from Centennial High School, a current or past employee of Centennial, would you raise your hands, please? I don't know, and this is for the media, I don't know if you understand the hell that these people have been put through this year. To have your face splashed across social media, to have TikTok wannabe disgusting influencers accuse you of being a pedophile protector, I don't know that you understand the impact, not just to the individual, but to every person that interacts with that individual, the ripples that this has sent through our community. Dividing our community makes us weak. It makes us weak. Every single person that I have talked to, and we've been talking about since the day that Principal Hollabaugh decided that he was going to step away. And he was an incredible principal. Who in the world could fill those shoes? How could this community heal? Centennial is a very special school. It is our AP capstone school. It passes and kids achieve more college credits out of Centennial High School than any other school in our district. It is an attractor. You have, I mean, you probably know the stats better than I do, but we have more kids applying to go to Centennial currently, despite all the crap that's been going on, because of how successful that community is. But we cannot put ourselves in a position where we are judge and jury for anybody. The police have a job, and they're doing that job. The reason why I feel 100% confident in this appointment is because I know, and I can say confidently, Peoria School District does not sweep things under the rug. It doesn't. There's human beings, and I'm not saying mistakes aren't made, but to insinuate that anyone in this room does not care about children or is not concerned about the protection of children is so offensive to my brain right now that everyone is here for children. Everyone is here for our community. And I have no doubt that the community of Centennial needs Mr. Schoolcraft to heal, to move forward, and looking forward in the meeting to what's coming. Talk about big shoes to fill. The APs that moved on. How do you replace those APs? They're incredible. I know, I'm embarrassing Kelly now, but they're incredible. These people are incredible. Can we please have grace for this community? And can we please stop before we start to sensationalize and to feed into and doing the same thing that sick people on TikTok do, can we take a step back and take a breath and recognize the humanity and the humans that we are educating and the community and the support? Not one person showed up tonight to say, please, I'm so scared I won't send my kid to that school if Mr. Schoolcraft. Every single person that showed up tonight is saying yes. They have the same feelings that Ms. Vicentainer did. This is the person for the job. And our job as board members is, yes, to get all the information, which, to be quite transparent, I absolutely went to that court hearing. I inserted myself and showed up at the court because I want to hear both sides. I want to hear it all for myself. And I am still 100% confident in this appointment.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Appreciate you elaborating and expanding on that. I think a lot of people are feeling the same way. I know I am, and my brain is more analytical, right? And so I understand a fellow board member brought up the email from February 2025. The police had that in their custody, and they still in April released a statement saying that there was not enough information to act on anything related to that email. So if we want to be factual about it, which I agree with you, Mrs. Bowles, we need to be grounded in facts. The police had the facts in April when they released their statement. Whatever happened from April till now to ask, to have them look further, we won't know. But we have to, as a board, much like Centennial administration at the time, we have to make a decision with what the facts are before us right now. And so there's nothing that I have in front of me, no facts that point to anything that would disqualify the most qualified candidate in this process. It was advertised publicly, internally, had how many people were on that panel, Mrs. Tanner?
Mr. Toby, 9.
So there was a lot more thought process into the selection of who is the best qualified candidate than just us up here. So this has had multiple sets of eyes, both legally and from a selection process. And Mr. Schoolcraft beat out the competition far and away. Why wouldn't we want the best for Centennial High School? So I'm not going to further belabor the point on that. But
President Toby, if I may, if you're finished.
Okay, Mrs. Rooks, go ahead.
I know, I just wanted to clarify 2 things I just quickly wrote down. Ms. Proudfit, you said that the staff have been through a lot this year. The victims have also been going through a lot for the past couple of years that this has been going on.
Mrs.
So
Rooks, are you
when-
speaking to the victims?
I'm sorry?
Are you speaking to the victims? Or the alleged victims?
No.
You speak with authority as if you are speaking for them. And I understand your sentiment in that,
Because
but I want to make it
victims
very
that
clear
are
to our
preyed
community.
on-
Mrs.
like-
Proudfit, Mrs. Rooks, if you wish to continue with your comment,
Yes,
we're not
I
going to go
would.
back to back and forth debate here. So go ahead and continue with your
Okay.
comments, please.
I guess it was also made that things are being swept under the rug. That wasn't something that I made up out of thin air. If you read the police report, that was student interviews. They were saying that they believe that things are swept under the rug. And that's not something that I would like to ignore when a student is saying that, even if it's just one student. With regards to speaking to the victims, no, I'm not speaking to the victims, but I can't imagine how those victims must feel with what they went through with those 2 teachers and the damage that has been on for the last year, not even this last year, but apparently the last 3 or 4 years, or even what it's going to do to them in their future. And I know it was mentioned that you stated you went to the court hearing, Ms. Proudfit, but you don't have any updated police information from Peoria Police. We haven't had anything since April. We've had 2 search warrants. We're still under investigation on this matter. And I don't think it's a very responsible decision to do that when there's an investigation that is open. And we just had 2 search warrants on this building. And that's I guess, what I wanted to say. I just quickly wrote it down because I just think that, I don't know, the comments just kind of brought concern for me with what was said.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. Mr. Proudfit.
I hear what you're saying. I really do. Using that logic, though, we should not have renewed any contracts for anyone at Centennial. In fact, nobody at district, they should all be, the entire DAC, the hundreds of people, all of Centennial should all be on administrative leave until the conclusion? Because the entire building. So is that what you're recommending?
I'm recommending for Mr. Schoolcraft, because Mr. Schoolcraft was in the original police report, is a part of the investigation that was in there. He was mentioned in the police report of 2 incidences of concerns brought forward. So until you have more information, putting in a leadership role at a high school with what is going on this last year and even years prior, that is a concern for me. Yes, when I have not heard any evidence from the Peoria Police Department with the recent 2 searches, I don't even know what they gathered, who knew about it, what's on it. I don't know anything. That's a concern for me.
I hear what you're saying. April
Point of
2nd.
order, there's a lot of talking going on in the room, and I can't hear well, and when it comes straight at us, and it's just a bunch of noise, so.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Yes, if we can keep the commentary down to a minimum, please. Thank you.
I just wanted to make one point clear. In the original police report, 200 pages, yeah, I know you've read it, I've read it. I imagine every single board member up here has read it, as well as our community. Can you please explain what the April 2nd finding was based on the original police report?
President Toby, Mrs. Prophet, when you say the original April 2nd finding, can you be more specific? I'm sorry.
Just after the initial police report, the 200 pages.
Right.
What came back after that?
So following the police report, our internal investigations, we did a Title IX investigations on both individuals. One individual had given up her certificate. She is no longer a certified teacher in Arizona, and so we broke contract as a result. The second individual, following the recommendation from the investigator, we brought forward a statement of charges. That individual was terminated from the school district. We're waiting for the ADE to make a determination on the certificate. We have shared all that information with the police, with the exception of information that was protected under federal laws. And so we had worked with, had been clear with the police department that there are items that were in our control in the investigation that would require additional protections for us to be able to provide that, such as a search warrant, and that is what was the following steps.
Thank you. I just wanted, again, to go back to the facts. Again, just want to reiterate, very confident in Mr. Schoolcraft's ability to lead this community.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. With that, just need a motion to, I'm just going to go ahead and motion. Motion to approve the administrative appointment of Mr. Darren Schoolcraft for the position of principal at Centennial High School effective July 1st, 2026.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion made by myself, second by Clerk Proudfit.
President Toby, if I may explain my vote whenever you feel necessary.
All right, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, it's not coming up, Mrs. Cuthbert. If you can run through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
I'd like to explain my vote, President Toby. Given the ongoing criminal investigation and not having all the facts and being under investigation as we speak and sit up here tonight, I'm not comfortable voting yes at this time, so I am voting no.
Mrs. Rooks?
And I have to agree with Ms. Bowles. I'm voting no.
Thank you, board members. Motion carries with 3 yeas and 2 nays. Congratulations, Mr. Schoolcraft. Mr. Schoolcraft, please go ahead.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vicentainer, and community members. I stand here tonight extremely honored and thankful to be selected to serve the students and community of Centennial High School. The students of Centennial, they're amazing. They're an amazing group of students that deserve to be highlighted and showcased. I've been lucky to see many of these students grow as I worked at Desert Harbor and Sundance Elementary, and I still remember many of them. I saw one in the parking lot today when they were just in kinder and first grade. It is unique, it's humbling to welcome students in to kindergarten, but then also watch them walk across the stage and graduate as proud coyotes. I've gotten to do that the last couple of years, and it's been incredible. Students at Centennial get an exceptional high school experience in every aspect. They don't just get to see state championships and incredibly run student assemblies. They don't just have access to more high-level classes than any other school in the West Valley. They don't just get to take and pass more AP exams than any other school in our district. The students of Centennial get all of this, and they receive an exceptional educational experience that pushes them far beyond anything they can imagine, and we help them go as far as they want to go. We help all students at Centennial achieve and graduate. I look forward to one day my own kids that are now at Paseo Verde walking across that stage at Centennial, like my wife once got to do as a proud alumni of Centennial. I stand here tonight excited to continue helping students dream and achieve at Centennial. Thank you for this incredible honor to be the next principal of Centennial High School.
Thank you, Mr. Schoolcraft. So I'll just run through some congratulations. I'll go ahead and start. Appreciate you stepping up into this role. A lot of people are looking to you to find that even-keeled approach to what the high school needs right now to carry us forward this next year. There's a lot of eyes, right, on our school district as a whole, and I wouldn't have voted yes if I wasn't confident that you were going to be able to provide that leadership. You beat the competition far and away, and I've always wanted the best person for the job, and the panel felt that you are the best person for the job. So thank you for putting your name in the hat, stepping up into this role, and I look forward to visiting the campus very soon.
Thank you. Welcome anytime.
Mrs. Proudfit.
2 words came to my mind when you were reading. Clearly, you are committed to Peoria. Again, I know what you have been through, and the fact that you're still choosing to stay and fight it out really exemplifies your commitment, but also your courage in being able to stand for truth, to stand up for those kids, to be there, to continue that legacy of greatness that Centennial has. I could not imagine our PUSD family without the excellence that Centennial brings. It would be such a disservice to the students to not have you be their principal. I'm so excited for our community. Clearly, you have the support of the community, and all the reach out and conversations I've had this week with your colleagues, but also with community members. You have the full support of the community behind you. I would love if you would come back and, to Mr. Recker's point, give updates, brag on the students. I would love to hear the amazing things as we move forward, hopefully, and close this chapter with Centennial, opening a fresh new chapter and being able to just really help the community to understand the absolute value and the incredible nature of our students and what is accomplished at Centennial. So very excited for you, and please let us know if there's anything we can do to support you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles.
I'll just say again, Mr. Schoolcraft, I appreciate your years in the district. It's a hard place to be up here. It's a hard place to be right there. I think it would have been possibly best to wait even for your professional career, but I can't make a decision again based on half facts. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. I want to say congratulations. Yes, I really appreciate your number of years that you've dedicated to this community. I remember I've been to several of those schools where you've also been, so I've had an opportunity to hear about your accomplishments and your work at those other schools, so I appreciate that as well. And congratulations to your wife who you brought in and to hear all of this, and I hope you feel very proud that you can see the support he has from the community. I know that you've got a big job ahead of you as you still have to choose the rest of your leadership at your team. And so just continue to, I'm excited to see what that leadership looks like. Now, something that I will make note of is that when we were looking at that $21 million cut and we were looking at some changes to the Oakwood community, majority of those students and families that go to Oakwood are on a variance. And majority of those families, when they leave Oakwood, they want to send their students to Centennial. So that means we have a great majority of families that go to Centennial for the high caliber program that you guys have with the AP programming there. And that's happened in discussions. And so I think that's something to be very proud of, and I think the community needs to know that students are not just going there because of the boundaries. They're going there because they've selected that school because of the caliber of that program there. So again, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing the leadership that you bring forward, and I'm looking forward to visiting you on your community, and congratulations to the Coyote family that are here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Rooks.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't do that. I have to wait for the Peoria Police Department and their investigation.
Okay. Thank you again, Mr. Schoolcraft. Congratulations, and appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone being here as well. I am very humbled tonight. Thank you.
Moving on, 5.2, the administrative appointment of principal for Raymond S. Kellis High School. Mrs. Vicentainer.
Good evening. Sorry, it's been a few minutes since I talked. Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the governing board. I'm pleased tonight to recommend Christopher Contreras to be the new principal of Raymond S. Kellis High School. He currently serves as assistant principal there, and he has worked to improve campus culture and the learning environment by prioritizing student safety and attendance. Prior to becoming assistant principal at RSK, Mr. Contreras was a PSBN teacher at both Raymond S. Kellis and Cactus High School for 8 years. Prior to joining our district, he worked for the Maricopa County Education Service Agency as a data coordinator, Dysart Unified as a digital communication and computer animation teacher, and Tolleson Elementary School District as a technology teacher, and Higley Unified as a production teacher. You can see his excellent history there in education. Throughout his educational career, he prioritizes student success and prepares students for workforce. But what stands out for me as well for Mr. Contreras is that he became a certified educator in 2008 thanks to the Troops for Teachers program. He and his brother were featured as individuals who were in the military and then had gone through the Troops for Teachers. Both have become educators, and we're so proud and excited that he has chosen to join Peoria and stay with Peoria during that standpoint. During his enlistment, though, he spent 1 year deployed in Iraq and aided in the relief efforts of Hurricanes Katrina and Rita. He holds a Master's of Administration and Supervision and Bachelor's of Science and Information Technology from the University of Phoenix. So we're proud to recommend Mr. Contreras as the principal of Raymond S. Kellis.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. No public comment on this line item. Mrs. Rooks, any comments or questions?
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
I think it's exceptional that he's had service, and so I just want to make sure we recognize and say thank you for your service that he's provided. So, but I'm looking forward to this appointment. Thank you.
Ms. Bowles?
I have one major question. Is he in the room?
He is,
Okay,
yes.
because I wanted to make sure that I was addressing you, and I was going to say exactly, but I'm assuming that you're going to be up there, but I'll say it twice if I have to. Thank you for your service. And that takes discipline that I highly respect on many levels. But it sounds like you bring a lot of things to the table, and I'm excited for Kellis. That's the school my kids were supposed to go to, but they went to Cactus because I decided to drive them across town because they had a really good math program then. Anyway, so with that list of accomplishments, I'm excited for those students at that school, so thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot?
I really enjoyed getting to catch up with you yesterday, day before, talking about your time in the military. I loved, I know we talked about potentially Kellis becoming Purple Star, which is going to be great. Again, thank you. I was going to say, thank you, Ms. Ewing. I think this will now be a second, but I know there's another school that's also going through the process right now. So getting as many Purple Star schools as we can to support our incredible military families. One thing that I did want to point out about your background, obviously it's very vast, but with special education, there's when I initially came on the board and did tours at all the schools, there's kind of one thing at each school that stood out. And one thing that is really, really special about Kellis is the way that they integrate their special needs population. And it truly is just a value share all around. And so I loved seeing that. I know that you'll be able to continue that very, very special culture that Mr. Vining had at Kellis, and so very excited for you. And thank you for lending yourself to the district and being able to bring all the incredible skill sets and experiences that you have to better our students.
And I just, again, when we were talking, I was kind of halfway kidding about colors every morning before school starts. But if you wanted to implement that, I would support you, sir. But from one military veteran family to another, thank you again for your service and stepping again into this position of leadership. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and motion to approve the administrative appointment of Christopher Contreras for the position of principal at Raymond S. Kellis High School effective July 20th, 2026.
I'll second.
Who's going to take it?
Janelle can have it.
Motion made by myself, second by Mrs. Rooks. If we can try the laptop vote, please. Mrs. Cuthbert, if we can run through a voice vote, that'd be great. Thank you.
I think this might be a user error. I do show some votes coming through, but yes, I will run you through a voice vote.
Mine has not come up.
Yours didn't come up. Mine came up. I know that on my last screen, if I refreshed, it seemed like
You
it
guys,
popped
I
up.
figured it out. Well, I didn't figure it out. But in the top right corner, it says show voting. You have to click that. I just clicked it and the vote came up. Do you see what I'm seeing?
I see it.
Fantastic, thank you.
Staring us right in the face.
Clerk Proudfoot to the rescue. Thank you so much.
Just for the record, too, that sometimes we're getting them twice, so after we've already voted, it comes up again just because we're on that topic.
Motion carries 5 yeas. Congratulations, Mr. Contreras.
President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, Governing Board members, Interim Superintendent Vicentainer, and the Cabinet, I appreciate your guys' support. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for commenting about my service. As everybody can tell, I'm all about service from when I was young, getting out of high school, getting right into the military, and then using Troops to Teachers to become a teacher. I've always been dedicated to the service of others, and I enjoy what we do in our district. I love our district. I love our school. Clerk Proudfoot, as you pointed out, we have a number of great programs at Raymond S. Kellis. Our Unified program is a leader in the Unified. We've had schools come and train with our leaders there to run Unifieds in their own schools. Our CTE programs are top-notch. We have a great arts program. Our academics are great. I look forward to serving the school, serving the community. I have high goals for family and community involvement this year. I have high goals for our academic rigor and a big focus on our continuation of a positive school culture. So again, thank you all. Thank you, district leadership, for having your confidence in me taking over for Raymond S. Kellis High School.
Well, thank you again. I'm going to first congratulate you, Principal Contreras. Welcome to the family again. And again, thanks for stepping into this position of service. It's very evident that you have a heart of service. And I'm excited to come and visit Raymond S. Kellis very soon to be able to see that in action. So congratulations again.
Thank you very much. You're all welcome to Kellis at any point in time.
Mrs. Proudfoot.
Be careful when you say that. You'll hear me say a lot of times tonight, I just invited myself there. I do that often. So yes, very excited for you. And same thing that I offered to Principal Schoolcraft. Love to have you come back and brag on your school and be able to share all the amazing things that Kellis does. I know you said that Special Olympics again is going to be using Kellis for the next year. They have a big special event or a Special Olympics event at Kellis. So please, you're welcome back anytime to let us know and to brag to the community about all the wonderful things that you're doing.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles.
I won't repeat everything that I said, but I do appreciate your service. I know that there are some amazing staff at that school. You know, to work with some of the most difficult students as well. But so I'm excited. I'll say it the way I really feel it. That takes a real servant to lead those troops. So thank you. Thank you for stepping up and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing.
Thank you. I hope that you're not too intimidated that before we even voted you in, we were already giving you a task of something to do, which is this Purple Star Academy. But anyway, it's a great program, and it would just be great to highlight the great things that Kellis is already doing with that program. Kellis is an amazing school. I know you have big shoes to fill with Mr. Vining when he left, but I also know, based upon your service, that you helped in the efforts for Hurricane Katrina and Rita, which means that you have the skills and ability to problem solve pretty much any quote unquote disaster, and I feel like I need to knock on wood when I say that, but you definitely have the skills and to be able to meet any challenges that come forward to you. So congratulations. I'm excited for you and excited to get out to Kellis to see all the amazing things that you're doing for the community.
Thank you.
Mrs. Brooks.
Congratulations, and thank you for your service to our country. What I also loved seeing there was that you were the PSBN teacher, the broadcasting thing. I love seeing that growing in our district at all the high schools. I think that's great. I didn't have that when I was at high school, so it's great to see that, and I'm excited to come see what you do at Raymond S. Kellis. I loved having Mr. Tony Vining there and touring with him. He was great. I could see it on the campus that it was just very welcoming. So I'm excited to see what you do in your leadership this year, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again. Moving on to 6, open call to the public. 6.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. Speakers will have 3 minutes. First public comment comes from Amy Witters, followed by Emily Sater.
Hello, thank you. My name is Amy, and I'm a parent and a teacher here in PUSD. I first want to commend the board members, Rooks and Bowles, and all of you for keeping student safety a priority, and I can see that it is a priority in our board, and I agree with that. I teach students in a specialized program, and believe me, I have wanted to go Mama Bear to protect these kids, and I make sure they get what they need. And so my concern is not with the goal of keeping students safe, but it's with the way it has been handled. There's a process that must be followed, and I understand frustrations when answers are slow to come or incomplete, but ongoing police investigations cannot be rushed or interfered with. We all want these things, those who have committed crimes, to be held accountable, and protecting the integrity of those investigations is essential. So the fear that this situation has created among the staff has been overwhelming. I know I've done nothing wrong, yet I still find myself asking, what if? Because I work with some of our district's most vulnerable students, they often require frequent communications with parents, administrators, and colleagues. What if a routine email that I sent is misunderstood or raises unnecessary suspicions? That uncertainty is frightening, and no teacher who is faithfully serving students should have to come to work wondering if doing their job could suddenly make them a subject of scrutiny. As both a parent and teacher, I expect board members to advocate for student safety. I also expect them to exercise sound judgment, respect due process, and recognize the impact their words and actions have on thousands of dedicated employees. In this case, I believe that balance has been lost. I love my school, I love my students, and I love my team. They are the reason I continue doing this work every day. I am a Pride of Peoria recipient and a Silver Apple Award winner because teaching isn't just my job, it's my calling. And I don't want to leave this district, but the fear, the division, and distrust that have grown throughout our community, they're making dedicated educators like myself question whether or not they can continue working here. So I ask the board to continue pursuing student safety while also ensuring that rights, dignity, and trust of the many employees who faithfully serve our students every day are protected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Up, we have Emily Sadern, and then followed by Jean Costine.
Good evening to the governing board and community and cabinet. I first wanted to start out just with a positive. Marching band started at Sunrise Mountain High School, and I know it's going to be starting, Kate, at Cactus. I was talking to Kate about it next week, and I'm sure football's probably starting. I don't follow football, just the marching band. So it's exciting to see that coming back. Just wanted to give that a shout out. I also wanted to talk about, I talked about it 2 meetings ago, student safety. And I came across an article in a peer-reviewed journal, Sexual Abuse, about the nature and scope of educator misconduct. And this was a pretty large-scale study. It involved 4 states, 6,632 students who had graduated, and it asked about if they had experienced sexual misconduct. 11% of that total, 6,632 students, indicated that they had received some type of sexual language harassment towards them, and less than 1%, 0.7%, indicated that it had gone to physical, so kissing, touching, etc. So that amounts to 776, that 11.7%. And the thing that caught my attention, that I found very disturbing, was that only 4% of that 776 indicated that they actually reported that abuse to authorities. So again, and that just is 31 students. That's pretty low. 31 out of 776 who had reported some type of sexual misconduct. Last time I spoke, I talked about different curriculum, speak up, be safe. We need something. We need an extra layer of protection for kids. We have mandatory reporting. Teachers go through that training every year. The system probably can be improved perhaps, but we also know that students don't report. So how are we going to empower them to report that abuse, not only perhaps from staff, teachers, but also even from their peers, because we know that happens as well. Actually, I think harassment from your peers is even higher. I've seen, I don't have the statistic, but I read that that actually is even more than from staff or teachers. So how are we going to educate students to recognize abuse, sexual abuse, what have you, across the spectrum? I really think we need that extra layer of protection. We need some type of curriculum, age-appropriate curriculum that we can give to all students from K through 12 grades. And so again, encouraging you to look at something, Speak Up, Be Safe is evidence-based. I'm sure there's other ones as well, but again, we all want to protect students. We all are concerned with student safety, so maybe looking into something like that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Jean Castine, followed by Kate DeLuca.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Castine, President Toby, members of the board, members of cabinet. I don't always agree with you, Mrs. Proudfit. However, I'm writing notes here, and the thing that I'm thinking about is humanity. And you said that because as I was watching everybody from Centennial, you just felt that when they said that they're family, they felt it, and I could feel it. It was similar to, oh gosh, I'm not going to remember his name, but the guy from PHS who came on. It was just palpable. I don't think there was a dry eye in the house, And it's a good thing to remember people's humanity. It's a good thing. I don't agree with Mrs. Proudfit. I probably agree with Mr. Toby less, but I'd be open to sorry, it's true, but I'd be open to talking to them because this is a nonpartisan position for a reason, right? It's not about your ego. It's about kids, right? And again, to insinuate, like she said, that these people in this room don't care about protecting children is absurd. Everybody's in this room because they care so much about kids. Many of us are either educators or former educators. I know I am. And we do this not for the pay, but we do it because we care about it. So try to remember humanity. I hate when people say this to women, but you could smile more. Seriously, people are experiencing joy, and I feel like you're so focused on being angry. You should try experiencing the joy that happens in this room sometimes. You really should. It's infectious. And Peoria is a great district. Every time I come here, people from everywhere are like, oh yeah, I'm a Centennial alum, or I'm a PHS alum. Very important people throughout the state attended your schools. It's a good district. You don't always have to find the negative. Finding problems is easy. I worked with board members who are so good at finding problems. Finding solutions is hard. It takes work and it takes collaboration, and you should try it sometime. And I agree with Emily too about keeping kids safe. You may have some different ideologies about when children should learn about their bodies because of whatever, but these are oftentimes opt-in. They have to be opt-in programs in Arizona. They have to be. So give some of the parents a choice. We know you don't want to talk to everybody. You only talk to your little circle, but you could try. And you might be able to work together and find solutions instead of discarding people who used to support you like Mr. Toby, right? You could try to actually collaborate and find solutions. And because we're all waiting for them. There are solutions out there. There are groups that want to help you. But you have to be willing to put out your hand and work with people that you're not used to working with. That's part of board work. It's part of leadership. Try it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next comment is Kate DeLuca, followed by Devin Mosler.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, and community. I'm here to speak up again for the safety of the students in our school district. Something terrible did happen to one of our students, and now our district is being torn apart by individuals who need more people to blame. It's natural to feel fear and anger when something like this happens to our children, but responses based solely on fear rarely offer positive results. All the finger-pointing, press conferences, and social media posts will not change what happened, and they also will not prevent it from happening again. We need to find real solutions to protect our student body as we move forward. We need effective programs based on collective wisdom and love for our community that empower our students to protect themselves. We've had a number of community members speak up in past meetings and tonight. They're requesting that the district look into programs such as Speak Up, Be Safe, and Bloom 365, as well as the free curriculum provided by the Aaron's Law Foundation. All of these options provide evidence-based, age-appropriate curricula that help students learn skills to recognize unsafe situations and prevent or interrupt cycles of bullying, neglect, and abuse. They also encourage partnerships between staff, parents, and students for safe and timely communication of issues that may arise. But our requests for such programs continue to go unanswered. Instead, we see ongoing and very public outrage that amounts to little more than political theater and only serves to harm our district, our staff, and our students. If this board is serious about protecting students from abuse, you have the power to institute one of these programs and bring students, staff, and parents together to work towards safer schools. The best time to stop abuse of children is before it happens. Let's protect the students of Peoria Unified by giving them the tools and the confidence they need to stand up for themselves and to speak out before their lives are tragically altered by bullies and predators. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Devin Mosler, followed by Ashley Perryman.
Thank you, President Toby, Governing Board, and community members. My name is Devin Mosler, and I am the president of the Peoria Education Association. Tonight, I want to speak from a place of hope, but also from a place of honesty. Our Peoria Unified community has been through an incredibly difficult period. The recent Peoria Police Department search warrant at the district shook families, staff, and students. It created fear, confusion, and a sense that our schools, places meant to be safe and stable, were suddenly caught in chaos. In moments like this, our responsibility is to rebuild trust, strengthen relationships, and recommit to the shared values that make Peoria Unified strong. That means choosing facts over rumors, collaboration over division, and community over spectacle. That's why I need to express my deep disappointment in the misinformation and public scrutiny that board members Heather Rooks and Janelle Bowles have been spreading on TV and across social media. Their statements have amplified confusion rather than clarity. They have contributed to a narrative that tears the fabric of our district instead of helping to repair it. Our families deserve accuracy. Our educators deserve respect. And our students deserve adults who model responsibility, restraint, and truth. But even with that disappointment, I do believe that we can move forward. We can rebuild. We can choose to be a community that listens carefully, speaks thoughtfully, and refuses to let sensationalism define who we are. The strength of Peoria Unified has always come from the people who show up every day, our teachers, our staff, and our students and parents, who care deeply about one another and about the future of our schools. So tonight, I'm asking all of us to recommit to that shared purpose. Let's rise above misinformation, let's reject division, and let's focus on restoring trust, stability, and unity in Peoria Unified, because our community deserves nothing less.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment is Ashley Perryman, followed by Trina Berg.
All right. Hi, guys. Again, my name is Ashley Perryman. I'm a mother of a student who attends Centennial High School in eCampus, class of 2028. and a 3-year-old who will start kindergarten in the fall of 2028. I have a long-term investment in the school district and in this community. I believe the most important aspects of a school district are the families and the community. I have personally spoken to many members of the community who hold various beliefs differently than I do. Some don't support school social workers or social emotional support for students during school. Some believe there are radical teachers who solely become teachers to use their position to teach woke ideology to kids, or even that public schools should be shut down and education should be run from the private sector. Most believe that there are many great teachers in our district, that rigorous education is happening, that athletics at some of these schools are truly elite, and that their child has benefited from their experience in this district. Despite any disagreements, I come away from those personal conversations believing that all parties want the same thing: a good district supported by good teachers and administrators where our children can thrive. So why are we holding polite conversation in the real world, but logging onto social media and lambasting someone we don't agree with? Why are we using our online presence to share harmful speculations and theories about religious groups, law enforcement activities, school administrators, and the woke leftists or MAGA right? Why are we exposing our children to this and fostering trepidation and disdain for the very schools they attend? Do we want to build positive experiences for our children where they are free to learn so they can smash AP tests, art competitions, and division championships, so they can make personal improvements towards becoming young leaders of tomorrow? I do. I'm asking the governing board and the whole community, please meet with real people to develop real solutions to real problems. We can make our school communities feel connected and be growth-oriented. It is going to take a shift in the way we approach each other, especially online. Community, please focus on getting involved with your child's school, even if it's in the smallest of ways. Governing board, please focus on education and fulfill your role by voting. Students, please focus on learning and making your school year meaningful and fun. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Trina Berg, followed by Laura T.
Good evening, President Toby, members of the board, cabinet. It seems like a really long time ago that one of our board members, Ms. Rooks, suggested that we ask administrators who were leaving why they're leaving. So I did that. I contacted as many of them as I could and had conversations with quite a few of them. And I just want to share some of the reasons that they gave me that they chose to leave this district. I heard the typical, I'm going to make more money somewhere else. Things like that, or I didn't get the promotion, or I wasn't able to be promoted here, so I left. So I did absolutely hear that, but here's a couple other things that I heard. Number one, educators' voices are not elevated and listened to. That was one. I can't stay in a system where decisions are made that don't prioritize students. Not having the resources, including Title I interventionist and EL reading specialist. I'm trying to be somewhat vague so people don't know exactly who I'm talking about, but one of those includes campuses that are being combined, where one campus had full-time, one campus had half, and we're combining them together and leaving them with half of the FTE. Not getting the resources we need, including social workers, that allowed me to remain focused on instruction. The district is terrible at communication, including not telling people things that are very important to do their job. When there are committees that allow conversations and educators' voices along with others to be heard, for example, policy shouldn't be written by one single person in a top-down matter. We should have a policy writing community type, or a committee type thing. Another thing that I heard was concern for the direction of the district, work-life balance. Destruction of the district was a statement that I got back. My values are not aligned with the decisions being made. We're not valuing people like we used to. I don't feel like we have a voice in what's going on, was another statement that I heard. When the district office board are not working in sync, it makes working on the site levels incredibly difficult. When we have committees and surveys that provide information and feedback, those decisions should not be tossed aside just because a few people don't like it. That was specifically about the calendar committee. The district doesn't push back on things that need to be pushed back on. The board doesn't correct misinformation even when they clearly should and need to. So that was a sampling of some of the things that I heard back. And I think it's important that we know why we had such a massive turnover in administration this year, because it was the biggest that I remember having in my 25 years in this district. We had a lot of new appointments this year. And I'm glad that I was given the homework to contact the board or the administrators that were leaving, because I did have some really amazing conversations with some really great people that we've lost, including people that were retiring but aren't actually retiring, they're just going somewhere else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next comment's Laura T., followed by Charmel Bolster.
Good evening. Again, the word for today is prevention. First, I want to recognize something that often gets lost in the noise. Peoria Unified is a great district. It has exceptional academic programs, dedicated teachers, outstanding extracurricular opportunities, and innovative schools recognized across Arizona and beyond. The Met Academy is one example of a program that has earned statewide and national recognition. More than 33,000 families choose this district because of the opportunities it provides to students, not because of politics. Unfortunately, politics became the focus of some board members, including Mrs. Rooks. Although she came to the board without prior board or educational governance experience, I saw potential in a parent who promised to improve policies, strengthen student safety, and focus on academic excellence. We even worked together. Unfortunately, what followed shortly after was, in my view, a pattern of conflict, controversy, and the loss of focus on the priorities that matter most, our students. Once again, examples of costly logical distractions instead of student-focused leadership, public records disputes that help no one, litigation, the Bible verse controversies became distractions from the important work of serving students, totaling $1 million almost. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals declared the Bible verse display unconstitutional. A daring and responsive leader would logically challenge the court ruling, not fellow board members and teachers. Losing focus on district priorities, abstained from voting. Employees were criticized by Ms. Rooks for implementing portions of the district strategic plan that had already been approved by board member Rooks and the governing board. This created confusion. Student safety should have been the highest priority also for prevention purposes. When board member Rooks became board president, stated that reviewing and strengthening district policy would be a priority. In February 25, when the teacher's misconduct happened and shoved under the rug, Ms. Rooks was the president. No leader can prevent every incident, but strong leadership means actively looking for weaknesses, strengthening systems, and making students' safety the #1 priority. Students have asked for no political games, and the political games continued. I did not ever hear you call for study sessions, policy revisions, stronger prevention strategies, improved HR policies, accountability measures, and safeguards for to better protect students. A clear message followed by action that Peoria Unified has zero tolerance for sexual misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Charmel Bolster, followed by Desiree Byrne.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, Board, and Cabinet, and all members here and those watching. Recently, there was a discussion and a vote as to a third party being hired to do an investigation on the Centennial issue. There was some argument as to its necessity at this time. The following are some thoughts from a paper I found called The Argument for the Sake of Heaven, and it's interspersed with some of my own thoughts. There are two kinds of conflict, argument for the sake of truth and argument for the sake of victory. In this case, it has become an argument for the sake of victory. What is at stake is not truth, but power. Argument for the sake of power is a lose-lose scenario, because in diminishing you, I diminish myself. The opposite is true when the argument is for the sake of truth. If I win, I win. But if I lose, I also win, because being defeated by the truth is the only form of defeat that is also a victory. In an argument for the sake of truth, both sides win. Each is willing to listen to the views of its opponents and is therefore enlarged. An argument that's collaborative pursuit of truth, the participants use reason, logic, shared text, and a shared reverence for text. They do not use ad hominem arguments, abuse, contempt, or disingenuous appeals to emotion. Each is willing, if refuted, to say, I was wrong. There is no triumphism in victory, no anger or anguish in defeat. Being an election year and due to the recent developments of the Centennial investigation, I have witnessed a resurgence of populism. It makes its appearance when there is a widespread discontent with political leaders, when people feel that the heads of institutions, and that includes school districts, are working in their own interest rather than that for the general public, when there is widespread loss of trust and a breakdown of a sense of the common good. Populists stir up resentment against the establishment. They are deliberately divisive and confrontational. They promise strong leadership that will give the people back what has been taken from them. They claim the establishment is corrupt. They mount an impressive campaign of fake news. This is the politics of resentment, disappointment, and fear. Populists claim that they and they alone represent the people. So, if you seek to learn, grow, and pursue truth and find freedom, seek places that welcome argument and respect dissenting views, and especially for our district, be patient. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Last public comment comes from Desiree Byrne.
Hello. I have two ideas that I wanted to share with you that hopefully you take and implement. One is I have an idea to increase revenue for our district, the boosters and the clubs. There are popular platforms. Examples are called Snap Mobile, Vertical Raise, E-Team Sponsor. These are used by a lot of our boosters and our clubs. They're basically text and email platforms that students input their contacts, emails, and phone numbers. It's automated texting or emailing over a specific term, and then it raises tens of thousands of dollars usually. So there was one that was just done in our district that is almost at $80,000 right now. The platforms charge typically up to 20%. 20% is pretty standard. Most of the time, if you're a good leader, you can negotiate that down. I've seen the really, really high net fundraisers, they've got it down to a flat amount. Like if we're gonna bring this to you, you're only taking 5,000, but we're gonna use it. So my idea is, why doesn't the district develop its own competitor of that or a license? Like let's say it's even $10,000. They license it. There are three possibilities that could come from that. The clubs, the site schools, or the boosters, they could retain more money. The money could go to the district for increased revenue for whatever percentage they charge. If they charge 10%, it's still a net to the boosters. And lastly, another idea I have is for Title I schools, where it can be more difficult to source sponsors or fundraise, the district could charge a lower fee, like 5 to 10%, and allocate that money to the Title I schools for their boosters or for something internal. A second idea I had that's not related to that at all is would the district or the board consider allowing video or chat participation in these meetings? As a parent, it's very hard to come here. When I first said that I was going to be more participating, people said, where have you been? I've been a mom. I've been working. So it can be really hard, and people have asked me, like, how can the community voices be heard, not just the same 6 people that get up here and talk? And I encourage them, obviously you have to prioritize being heard. You have to be the noisy, squeaky wheel, but we can make it easier. So I think that that's something that could be explored. There are towns and municipalities that do that now. So there are ways to vet to make sure you're not getting spammed, but that's something I think would be a good idea.
Thank you for your public comment. Mrs. Vicentainer and Ms. Rodriguez, could you just jot that down for us? Thanks. Appreciate that. Moving on to 7, Board and Superintendent Summary of Current Events, 7.1.
Ms. President Toby, there was 2 me and Ms. Bowles, our names were addressed under public comment.
Oh,
if we
you're
can
right.
have a chance.
Yeah, as policy and the rules, if a board member is named in public comment, we have an opportunity to respond. Thank you for reminding me. Go ahead, Mrs. Rooks.
Sorry, I wasn't fast enough there. So just, it was brought up that the word that was mentioned was narrative about me. I don't believe it's a narrative to take a stand and say that I want to protect children and I want every inch investigated into what happened and what's going on. I don't think it's a narrative to support the Peoria Police Department in their investigation. I don't think it's a narrative to be disappointed, I think is the word that was used in the email sent out last week to families, that this district was disappointed in the Peoria Police Department giving a search warrant. I don't see that as a narrative. I see that as, I find that wrong. I don't think that that's okay, and I'm going to speak out about it because that's who I am. It's also mentioned why, with responsibility of children, why is it the responsibility of children to make sure that they are protected against predators when there's adults on campus? I just, that was mentioned with one of the statements against me. And it was brought up last year when I was school board president that this email was sent in February of 2025 when I was board president. But for the community to be aware, the board does not have access to the email server system. I do not see any emails that come through unless they come through to me. So I did not know about that email. I didn't know about any of this until August when it was coming out. But if I did know about it, I would have reported it to the police because anything that I see, I forwarded to our district and I forward to the police department if there's any concerns that are brought forward with anything to do with children. The superintendent usually is supposed to update the governing board on matters going on in the district. So that's normally how the process goes. So if I didn't know about it, what am I supposed to do? There has to be an open communication. There has to start being things being done versus seeing in a police report mentioned by students, things are swept under the rug. It was also mentioned that I didn't do anything. I did. I brought a policy to this board in the fall when everything was coming out with these two teachers to look at our student and staff boundaries and looking and tightening that up of what the interaction should be between students and staff. I brought that here. So that's not a political stunt. That's looking at, these are kids. I have kids in this district. I care about these kids in this district. It was mentioned by another person that it's political. It's not political. It's not political to take a stand for children that were violated by two adults in this district. That's not political. That's me being, I'm a mom. And I'm sorry, President Toby, there is an individual in the audience that keeps making noises, and it's very distracting when I'm trying to speak.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm not hearing that, but go ahead, please, audience, if you can refrain. Thank you. Go ahead, Mrs. Rooks.
It's not political to take a stand for protecting kids when they're violated. And everyone can shake their heads at me and be angry with me, and you can say that, smile. I don't want to smile when what has happened to kids. I don't. This is so incredibly wrong. It's not a joke. It's not a laughing matter. It's wrong what has happened. And I don't understand what's the matter with taking a stand on that and standing up for it. I don't understand that. So just wanted to mention that with what was brought up under public comment.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Any other board comments on who was mentioned during public comment?
Yes, thank you, President Toby. Sometimes I have to step back and say, oh my God, why are we having to have conversations about grooming kids? But we do. And we're going to do the hard things. And whether you like it or not, we're going to do the hard things. We're going to protect kids. Protecting children has nothing to do with politics. Protecting children, as some have said up here, should be our number one focus, not money or, how many, that should be our number one focus. But I have to address something now that this has been regurgitated. Some out there saying, that we are on social media. First of all, I hate social media. I don't want to be on social media, but I have to be on social media. Aside from that, I have seen people in this room and those that they affiliate with this week, if you didn't get the chance, and count your blessings if you didn't, send out a picture of me having a thought, like a cartoon, that Jeff Toby was on a guillotine. These are fake accounts. They don't even have the courage or they don't even have the backbone to say, oh, this is me and this is what I believe. IP addresses are being followed. Just know that. They're not hard to follow. But I heard nonpartisan, like, are you kidding me? I don't ever use a fake name on social media. In fact, I don't even answer people who are anonymous, unless it's something, obviously, that the topic that we're talking about, that they can't talk about it. That's not courage. That's not standing up for kids. We all know that's happening. But that was vulgar and inappropriate. I apologize, Mr. Toby, because I did not get to. If you did respond to my email that I sent out, I wasn't able to get into the email, so I don't know if you did or not. But I sent an email and I said, Mr. Toby, you're president. I'm sorry this is being sent out. Like, are you kidding me? That's sick. That's sick. Like, if you are teachers out there and you're doing that, you should not be anywhere near children. So to make it political, are you kidding me? Like, the safety of children, I would like to think, Ms. Proudfit, that everyone is concerned about that. I think we have a different definition of protecting children, even within this room. The picture that was sent out was from somebody that I don't know, but I did report it to the police. And Mr. Toby and I have not talked about it, or like I said, I didn't have access to my email. But I did apologize because I won't get into an explanation. It doesn't need an explanation, but Mr. Toby knows how I feel about that, and it's very strong, and I'm not going to apologize for that. Truth doesn't need permission. Truth doesn't need permission. And I have heard it also said that I'm the, maybe you should have maybe you accidentally put that out on social media. No. I'm the same person that you see up here, that I am in my home, that I am in my job. I don't have to watch my back because I'm the same person. My career, my life has been around children, protecting them, still is to this day in the job that I'm working. I've always been a mandated reporter. I'm going to say this, I wish it was the only thing that I was on repeat, because mandated reporting when I was in the school district was coercing, and I'm not putting teachers down for this, there's reasons for this, coercing to, okay, you need to mandate report this. Well, I don't know if there's really, no, you don't need to know if there is abuse going on. Hear me say that. You only need to know if you suspect something is going on. Just freaking report it. We're not investigators. The problem is nobody reports it. I was in this district for 9 years. I was the person that they would come to. There are reasons for that. They're not good reasons. They're just not in my book. But to say that, we are reporting and some are afraid, and I understand that, I truly do, but the problem's not that we're reporting and teachers are concerned about their job and they're not sure if an email's going to go through. That, come on, my God in heaven, if you can't make a difference, if you don't know the difference between a perversion and protecting kids, probably you should look for another job. That's not the problem. The problem is it's not getting reported. It's not getting reported. I'll always fight for kids. It's not going away. And if I could get on a soapbox, that would be it tonight. But unfortunately, we have adults out there, and some of them are in this room, that we have totally different platforms when it comes to keeping kids safe and what is appropriate and not appropriate for children. Once a child loses their innocence, you don't get that back. You don't get that back. So, making it political, the anti-Semitism that, I guess I'll end with this and say, you know, when someone's attacking you personally, it's, I guess I've been told they don't have anything else, so, you know, that's what they have to do. I don't know, but, and then going back to the facts that some were alluding to, there is new data out there if you haven't, if you didn't know this, and I thank the Lord that you don't, if you don't follow all this. I have said 5.7 million children annually are abused, and I see some of you shaking your head. Let me tell you where that came from. That came from the Obama administration researching. That came from George W. Bush researching. Two different entities in their administration. That's where the 10% came from. The recent statistic is, I've also come to know that if you don't want to believe the truth, you just don't want to believe the truth, and it's probably easier to do that, but I'm not going to do that. 9.7 million is the latest from Yale University, the same people that were involved in this gathering of information. 9.7 million children are affected, sexually abused in our public schools annually. Whether you want to believe that or not, that's on you. I'm not going to sit by and be, you know, told in the podium that, oh, well, you know, that's not true. Okay, all right, you can believe that. It wasn't my statistics. It wasn't Republican or Democrat statistics. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Moving on, Section 7, Board and Superintendent Summary of Current Events. 7.1, Board Summary of Current Events. Mrs. Ricks, we'll start with you.
As a governing board member, I want to reiterate that I have not been provided with the inventories of what Peoria Police collected during either search warrant. I have not seen what records were taken during the most recent search, so that concerns me because this board has an oversight responsibility, and we cannot exercise that responsibility effectively if we are left without critical information. I also want to address the email that the district sent out last week to parents, staff, and our community and members following last week's search warrant. I am deeply disturbed that district leadership expressed disappointment with the Peoria Police Department for obtaining and executing a court-authorized search warrant. In my opinion, when law enforcement is conducting an active criminal investigation involving allegations concerning the safety of children, our district's responsibility is to cooperate fully, be transparent, and support the investigative process, not publicly criticize officers for carrying out a warrant authorized by a superior court judge. I believe statements like this risk undermining public confidence and create the appearance that the district is challenging the investigative process rather than assisting it. I saw it on social media. We're talking about social media again. The Peoria Moms Group, there was parents that posted that email and parents that were very upset. They were shocked to see that because their kids go to this district, they go in these schools, and that's not something that you want to see as a parent. I can say I'm not disappointed that the Peoria Police Department is investigating. I support law enforcement doing its job. When allegations involving children are being investigated, I want investigators to follow every lead, gather every piece of evidence, and leave no question unanswered. The district has repeatedly stated publicly that it is fully cooperative with law enforcement. However, from my perspective as a governing board member, I still have unanswered questions. If there was complete cooperation from the beginning, what led to the need for a second search warrant? What additional information or materials were investigators seeking? Those are reasonable questions, and I hope they are answered when it is legally appropriate to do so. I'm not asking anyone to interfere with an active criminal investigation. I'm asking for transparency with this district and the governing board. Police do not obtain and execute search warrants without first presenting information to a judge who determines that the legal standard has been met. That is why I believe these questions deserve answers. So for that reason, I will make the request at the end of the meeting as well. I believe this board should consider placing Mrs. Vicentainer and Mrs. Airy on paid admin leave while law enforcement investigation continues. Second, I am calling on this governing board to vote to reinstate Dr. Ryan LaDucer as interim superintendent. This can help protect the integrity of an ongoing investigation, preserve public confidence, and avoid any appearance of interference while investigators complete their work. Based on the information available to this board, Dr. LaDucer had no known connection to the Centennial High School matter currently under investigation. I believe he is a man of integrity who has consistently demonstrated professionalism and ethical leadership. I also believe he would fully cooperate with Peoria Police Department and any other appropriate law enforcement authorities as they continue their investigation. Restoring Dr. LaDucer as interim superintendent would provide independent leadership focused on transparency, accountability, and cooperation with law enforcement, while allowing this investigation to proceed without unnecessary questions about district leadership. My responsibility is not to protect the reputation of an institution. My responsibility is to protect students. My responsibility is to ensure accountability and to ask difficult questions even when they are uncomfortable. I will continue to support the Peoria Police Department in conducting a thorough investigation wherever the facts lead. If laws were broken, those responsible should be held accountable. The families of this district deserve answers. Most importantly, our students deserve a school district where protecting children always comes before protecting the institution. So I will make the request at the end of the meeting for a future agenda item, and I would urge my fellow board members to carefully consider these recommendations. Our responsibility is to the students, staff, families, and taxpayers we serve. They deserve a district that puts accountability, transparency, and integrity first. The decisions we make today will send a message to every parent in this district. I believe that message should be clear. We will always put children first, support the rule of law, cooperate with law enforcement, and do everything in our power to earn and maintain the trust of the community we serve. That is my final board comment.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Ewing, go ahead.
That's a difficult one to follow. So I'm going to focus on some of the things that are happening that are coming up soon. So I had an opportunity to, well, first of all, Saturday morning, please let your community know, Saturday morning at the Peoria Sports Complex, the Peoria Firefighters Charities, Sunset Lions, City of Peoria, John Edwards has been very, very involved in that. They have a backpack event. It's happening from 8 to noon. I've been a part of volunteering to help that happen, to make sure that we have students that have needs in the district, that they're provided that. So 8 to noon at the Peoria Sports Complex. They'll be giving out backpacks until they're no longer. So just wanted to throw that out to the community. I got an opportunity to stop by a couple of schools to check out what they're doing prior to the schools opening. I just want to say a huge thank you to all of the district staff and individuals who were leading all of those professional development trainings for our new admin, and just appreciated the enthusiasm with all of the conversations and discussions that were happening amongst administrators as they work to prepare our schools to be ready. I also want to put out a huge thank you to our district staff, Mrs. Vicentainer, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Airy, on when that search warrant came through, that they very quickly, within 24 hours, were able to reallocate locations for our staff to continue working as they kept the forefront of students in mind and making sure that our staff can continue working to make sure our schools are ready when schools do open. So I appreciate the big heavy lift. And then I only heard responses back that they also, I know it was a big balance to be able to be working on all of that adjustment while also being an assistance to the police as they carry out their their warrant and doing all the things that they need to do to ensure that can happen in a very efficient process. And I do want to say thank you to the Peoria Police Department for their effort in doing it in an efficient way as possible and allowing and working in cooperation with our district as there are certain business things that needed to happen to just continue moving this district forward. So those are things that are very important to mention. Special thank you to Christy Hammer. She set up these Zen-like spaces for the staff to come in, probably to the effect that they don't even want to come back. But that's a testament to our staff in that they're able to pivot, and then they welcomed the staff with open arms and adjusted and provided them all of the resources that they needed to continue working on behalf of our students and our families. And I'm super excited about all of the great things that are happening in our district. And I also want to make a special mention because we all got an email saying, you know, there are a lot of teachers who continue to work over the summer and go on these trips with kids so that they can compete in these national events. That takes time away from their own families. So I just want to put out an appreciation to those who during the summer have helped to make sure that our students can use all of their academic excellence skills to compete in those competitions. So with that, I will pass it on to Ms. Bowles.
Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you, President Tovey. First of all, I just want to say, and I know that I believe we have a presentation tonight, but Peoria Pathways, I have been following the, she's out there waving. I have been following the, you know, probably you're way ahead of me in the social media thing, but I have been following them on social media, and I'm very excited about all of that. You already know how I feel about Mr. Fryer. Always have to put in a word for Mr. Fryer. He's amazing. But that's another avenue that I can see us growing a great deal because it's unique. It's unique to our district. It's unique to our state. I know I've said this before, but I'll say it again. The MESA model that we originally went over and well, not me, but some of the district people went over and looked at. It doesn't hold a candle. I'll just have to put that on record. That it's just not. It's not the same thing, and they have different needs, right? But yeah, so I just have to say thank you, and I hope to get over there soon. I also want to say that I apologize that I'm kind of behind, so if you want to, any of you on the cabinet want to chime in, I'm going to put a plug in for our board and for our cabinet and whoever else wants to go to. Maricopa County School Superintendent Shelley Boggs has a Smart, Safe Solution for Kids conference, Power Over Predators. And I see an invite, and I'm not going to get into conversation because that'll take too long, but I think you guys have set that up. Okay, they're all shaking their head yes. So just know that in the community that, number one, that our Maricopa County School Superintendent Shelley Boggs has put that out there for training because there's not a lot of training out there, believe it or not. I had a staff member today or yesterday, it seems like one big day. I was very shocked at this. That works very closely and does freaking amazing things for girls that have been trafficked. And she said that when in the education portion of all the things that they need, there's not a representation. And I was like, wow, okay, all right, well, we're going to be that. So anyway, there's a lot to be done out there, but we're doing it. And this is going to be an excellent training. I am positive that if you've ever been to any of the school board trainings that our Maricopa County School Superintendent Boggs puts on, it's priceless, truly. So if you have any questions about that, let me know, but I believe we're all part of that invite because I just got that in my email. And I was just going to put in a plug in for what's out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Ms. Proudfoot, go ahead.
I just wanted to highlight some incredible things that some of our students are doing, and I'm going to start with Scott Sinex. His sweet mom, Heidi, emailed the whole board, and I know that am I taking away your thunder? Okay. I know he's already been shared about by the Peoria Independent. Also, Miss Airy put out a beautiful story about him, but he's an incoming junior at Liberty High School, and he's the FBLA chapter president, and he earned first place in the Introduction to Parliamentary Procedures at the FBLA National Leadership Conference, becoming Liberty High School's first ever FBLA national champion, and he was competing against more than 16,000 participants. Pretty incredible. And also wanted to give a shout out to Kenyon over at Liberty High School, who I've seen a lot this summer actually, but he's been working really, really hard with those students. Another event that was able to happen at Liberty High School actually featured a Cactus alumni, William Joseph Schwartz, who is an internationally acclaimed pianist. He's performed with Josh Groban, Andrea Bocelli, everyone. And there was an event held called Songs of Hope. I sent out the invitation, and Superintendent Boggs was able to attend with me, as well as Representative Beverly Pangarelli, to support the event happening. And I wanted to highlight one of our Liberty High School students. His name is Liam Garrett, and he is incredible. I'm going to have the video. I'll probably send it to Danielle, but also probably put it on my social media. He was actually offered the opportunity to sing with William Joseph, which William Joseph is a really big deal. And he did an incredible, I mean, it was absolutely just blew us all away. It was a great night, and I think a really great example of Liberty High School partnering with the community. I also wanted to talk about, I mentioned before that I inserted myself and showed up to court to support and hear everything firsthand. That's the thing about me. I will, if I'm not invited somewhere, I'll just invite myself, because I like to really hear things firsthand. So I inserted myself in other place this week. We have all of our admin meeting, doing all their training before schools open. And so particularly poignant this year, I think, is the Title IX and mandated reporting training. And I'm a mandated reporter. I've been trained, but I wanted to see for myself exactly how we're training our district. And so I attended both the Title IX and the mandatory reporting training. It was done by Ms. Kristen Balthus, Ray Connolly, and Jim Nelson. And there was a very in-depth discussion about the policy that Ms. Rooks mentioned, 4-202, providing staff-student boundaries. And it's great. It's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to sit through it yourself, so that there is no gap in communication. So I now fully understand exactly how we're training. If anyone has any questions about that, I took many pictures of slides, but I can say that the training was comprehensive and that every single person in that room was given a very, very comprehensive understanding of grooming, of boundaries, of exactly how to report. I could probably do it now, and I'm not even a teacher. But I just wanted to congratulate our team on that incredible training. I cannot thank those three women over there enough. They, with the search warrant and complying, to move this building out to satellites, not miss a beat. I don't know that any of them slept that entire time. So thank you so much for facilitating that investigation. I think we can fully say that the police have every single bit of information they could ever want. And I'm very happy and grateful for the PD. I know there was a large effort, lots of overtime, lots of people here, but they worked really hard. We heard from many of our staff members how professional they were, how kind they were, and also being as expeditious as possible so that we could regain entry into this building, and they did so really quickly. And so thank you to Peoria Police for walking with us through that very complicated and difficult situation and doing so with grace. I just wanted to say one thing as we talk about speculation, as we talk about things online or things that people are saying or things get misconstrued. Too often, the conversation ends with the accusation and never reaches the outcome. That's not only unfair, it's harmful. It damages reputations, affects families, divides school communities, and places students at the center of adult conflicts that they never asked to be a part of. As elected officials, our responsibility is not simply to acknowledge allegations. Our responsibility is to tell the whole story. When wrongdoing is substantiated, we should say so very clearly. When an investigation does not support the public narrative, we have an equally important obligation to communicate that outcome. Public trust is built by following the facts wherever they lead, not by amplifying only the facts that fit a preferred narrative. If we are willing to speak when an investigation begins, we should be willing to speak when it ends. That is what fairness requires. That's what leadership requires, and that is what our students, employees, and community deserve from all of us. So no matter what brought you into this boardroom tonight, I invite you to stay engaged. So this is my call to action. Get involved in our schools. The vast majority of families in our community choose Peoria Unified to educate their children, and our district is the largest employer in the city of Peoria. I adore this city. That's why I chose to live here, to educate my children here, to build businesses here. As our children are going to be coming back to school, we need to remember how important the district is to our community. Today's students will become tomorrow's healthcare workers, teachers, first responders, business owners, entrepreneurs, and elected leaders. They will carry forward the legacy of Peoria and one day care for all of us as members in the community. Our school district is so much more than just a collection of our campuses. It is one of our community's greatest shared assets. It deserves our support, our involvement, and our best efforts. And I just want to remain committed to giving everything I have to ensure that Peoria Unified continues to be a district our families are proud of and a cornerstone of a thriving Peoria for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit, for your comment. And really just thank you to the community and all of our staff for being flexible with us this last week. From being relocated to not having our technology to not having things live streamed, we had to make a lot of adjustments. I mean, we had to go on FaceTime with the police department to find checks to make payroll. Like we were finding ways to make it happen for our employees and to allow the police department the time and space they needed to do what they needed to do. And I've said to staff before, as an organization, especially this large, like we have to be self-assessing and self-correcting all the time. Always improving, always finding ways to be better at what we are. I think that we are a great district, and we are by far, I mean, obviously I chose to live here too and raise my kids here as well because the quality that the school district has. We have so many programs, and we'll hear from a couple that we're excited to learn more about and get the updates for. But I do also want to mention the safety aspect of this. I've heard safety a lot this evening. And I think it's important to also highlight the safety standards that we have that is going to help rebuild trust with our community. Just to know that we are looking at our processes again, seeing if there is somewhere we can improve. But we've done a lot this last couple of years, and I do want to make mention of that, a few of those things, because as a board, like we are responsible for prescribing and enforcing policies. That's our main role. And I think Mrs. Proudfit is correct, like it's not just the five of us in charge of student safety and nobody else. Like it is a team effort. And so if we can make a policy that makes it easier, better, faster to keep our kids safe, that's what our job is to prescribe and enforce these policies. So, I mean, from everything from front access controls to door access to the school violence prevention program grant that we were awarded to get more cameras and other door access controls, to those emergency flip books on the wall that's now hanging in every classroom. So that way even substitute teachers know the plan when it comes to emergencies and who to call. Randomly deployed, everybody had to walk through the walkthrough sensors this evening. Those are randomly deployed at events throughout our campuses. So, you know, just enhancing safety visually and also catching, you know, things that shouldn't be on our campuses. We also have visitor control systems through Raptor Technologies to make sure that we know who's coming onto campus and that people who should not be, you know, on campus or accessing children are detected and asked to leave. One way, I'll say right now, we have a 24/7 emergency hotline as far as for students to anonymously report. Anybody can actually report, staff or student, on this hotline, and it's checked here at the district. Some campuses had it on the back of their student IDs. We've learned that not all campuses, depending on what vendor they use to print their student IDs, we're including this. So this year, again, being self-assessing, self-correcting, we are making sure that every student has this phone number right on the back of their identity or ID card, so that way it's not a question about how to get in touch or how to anonymously report anything that they're feeling. So that way it can get to an adult, get vetted, and find out what's going on with that situation. So that's our commitment to safety, to improving for this next year. I'll very highly advertised our partnership with the police departments and the real-time crime centers. We have apps with our campuses to be able to facilitate that immediate on-site access where the police department can see what's going on in the event of an emergency on our campuses. We've also implemented our SRO program. We've increased the dollars that we have from the state to be able to be a good partner with the city of Peoria. So those school resource officers will now be on the grant money, so that way the police department can hire those 6 or 7 additional officers that patrol our streets. So we are trying to be mindful of not only the dollars that we spend, but the partnerships that we have with, you know, state and local entities. We've made policies, I mean, even as simple as how much caffeine our kids are consuming on campus, you know, that we sell as a district, right? We've made policies talking about the background checks that we do for employees. I think that being a good gatekeeper on the front end is going to help us keep people that we don't want on campus on the back end. It used to be considered by this district, before several of us were on the board, discriminatory to ask them, have you committed a crime before? That's really silly. So now we have a policy that we say, no, we want to know if you've been convicted or not. Have you committed a crime? Have you been accused of committing a crime? Like, we are digging into people's past that are coming through our doors because we only want the best people to be in the classrooms with our students. Everything from professional licensure to the bathroom policies as far as dividing by sex. I mean, all these things play into school safety that have been done these last couple of years. And I mean, I can go on and on, but I really just wanted to emphasize that we are being self-assessing and self-correcting as an entity. And I think that Mrs. Vicentainer might touch on this, but I mean, we've even been proactive with how we are responding to the situation. We've written a letter to the Honorable Linda McMahon at the Secretary of Education, U.S. Department of Education. We're actually inviting ourselves, speaking of inviting yourselves places, to be like, we would like an audience. This is what we're doing because this is how we've done things. This is the policies that we have followed. We're open as an agency, being self-correcting and self-assessing. And so we are being proactive in that. We're reaching out to the State Department of Education. This letter was also copied to Shelley Boggs' office. We are being very transparent and open when it comes to our Title IX, which is a very, very closely held for federal law reasons, for privacy issues, to protect the people who are involved in those investigations. But those entities that are able to see our process and understand how we're working through those, we're open to that. And so I think it was a very good step for us to be proactive and opening our books in that manner. So school safety, yes, 100%. And I think everybody else on this board is in alignment, even though we come at it from different levels and different angles. We all want our kids to be safe. And I said it at the administrator training this last week. I've developed a belief statement that has driven a lot of the votes and the direction that I have. And it goes something like this. It goes, I believe that Peoria families they deserve to have their kids go to a safe school, get a quality education for a reasonable cost to the taxpayer. And I think safety, obviously, on the front end, quality education, whatever that quality education is. All of our kids are at different stages, different levels. Some want CTE, some are special needs, and they need to learn how to enter the workforce. You know, thank God for our Works program that helps facilitate some of that. I'm sure we'll hear some of that in a little bit. But whatever that means to your child, quality education is what we're going to deliver in Peoria Unified, and we're going to do it in a safe way, and that's my goal. So that concludes my comment. Turn it over to Mrs. Vicentainer, Superintendent comments.
All right, with a little adjustment over here on the board. Good evening, President Toby, members of the governing board, members of the public. Thank you again for the opportunity to share with you some exciting information, but also then to provide some additional support and clarity around some earlier comments. So we were ready to already celebrate Scott Sinnix from Liberty High School. He is the first FBLA national championship in Liberty history and reaffirms that Peoria Unified is a state and national leader in career and technical education. So we're excited to highlight those programs every opportunity we can. So you can read more about his achievement at peoriaunified.org/news. And this weekend, the Cobra Commanders, Cactus High School's robotics team, is hosting an Arizona Robotics League qualifying event. The ARL is a community-driven program developed and led by the Cobra Commanders Robotic Program. Designed to expand robotics opportunities for students in Arizona, the ARL is supported by the Arizona Diamondbacks and Honeywell. And we want to wish all of our students good luck and thank Cactus for expanding opportunities for in our community to engage in STEM programs. We want to thank our human resources, public relations, payroll, benefits, and information technology departments, as well as all of our leadership staff who have been busy welcoming over 200 new employees, including at least 200 new teachers who will be attending their new teacher orientations beginning on Monday. They are excited to work in Peoria Unified School District and support our students. We are very excited by the number of quality candidates and the selection process and the individuals we have met. These departments have done a tremendous amount of work to ensure our new staff members have proper training and support as they begin their careers with our district. Also, I want to thank our facilities and maintenance team for all their work to help prepare for the start of the new year. Our schools are looking great, and that team is working hard, often in the extreme elements, to make sure our schools are ready. And speaking of the first day of school, I want to elevate the 6th annual Back to School Supply Drive hosted by the Peoria Firefighters Charities. This year's free event is taking place 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday, July 18th at the Peoria Sports Complex. In addition to backpacks and school supplies, free eye exams will also be available. Additional details can be found on our Facebook page, facebook.com/Peoria Unified as one word. And then I want to take the chance to discuss our approach to safety in response to a letter. As President Tobey mentioned earlier this month, the district, along with all the other school districts in the nation, received a Dear Colleague letter from the U.S. Secretary of Education regarding the school's obligations to protect students. We responded directly to this letter, and I want to share both that response and what comes next. Our response is clear. The district takes student safety seriously. We cooperate fully with investigations with law enforcement, and we comply with obligations under ESEA and Title IX. That letter was a first step. Tonight, I want to talk about the next one, how we can plan to communicate more proactively with this community and about what we are already doing to keep students safe. So what are we already doing? All staff and volunteers who supervise students receive annual training on recognizing and reporting abuse, including grooming behaviors consistent with and in places exceeding state requirements. We also use cameras on our campuses that support investigations when a concern is raised, and we maintain an active partnership with the Glendale and Peoria Police Department by addressing known concerns and threats to school safety, as well as working with our school resource officers and school liaison officers. We also have a clear and consistent process for when a concern is brought forward, how it's received, who is notified, and how our HR and Title IX obligations are triggered. We offer parent education on cyber safety, digital security, and how to talk with children about boundaries and reporting. So what is next? Going forward, our goal is to make sure this work is more visible to our families, not just responding when something happens, but to consistently show that community is what Peoria Unified School District is doing every day and who we want to be a part of in protecting our students. We are going to have a public plain language page on student safety and reporting. We'll have direct communications with parents and guardians. We're going to provide ongoing briefings on safety topics and regular updates to this board on the safety and compliance work. We will be capturing this information on our website, so if you want to track our work and our information, you can go to peoriaunified.org/safety. Our commitment tonight and always is that the district will not compromise on student safety. We will keep this community informed clearly and consistently about the work we're doing to uphold this commitment. In addition, I wanted to address the concerns about a statement that was released, and I will own that statement and put that forward, that the statement was issued during a very vulnerable and scary time for me as a leader and as someone who cares deeply about this district and this community. The statement about being disappointed in the Peoria Police Department was not due to being disappointed in the police department, but more about the impact that that search warrant had on this organization and the risk of closing down our office to jeopardizing a payroll for over 4,000 employees, to the adoption of a budget that would allow us to pay and open schools, and also to prepare for the openness of the school district at that point, 4 weeks. We appreciate that following that, that initial shock and awe that happened, that we were able to really work with the police department, and we appreciate their cooperation and support as we addressed all those concerns. Mr. Toby brought up that we had used FaceTime in situations to identify where we could find checks so that we could issue payroll. We used FaceTime to identify other paperwork or necessary things, and the police were amazing in that if it was an area that hadn't been searched yet, they would reprioritize that search and bring over the individuals to make sure that we could get the information and the support we needed. So we want to continue to indicate and share that, you know, this is a difficult situation and we take this seriously. We do not want to anyhow jeopardize our relationship with the police. We have more than welcomed their presence within our organization and our school, and we'll continue to do that as we work together to protect our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Moving on to Section 8, discussion items. 8.1, update on Peoria pathways. Director Jacob.
Yes, good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, and our district leadership, and those of you in the community still here. I'm super excited to talk about Your Path, Your Way, Peoria Pathways, and kind of the excitement that's surrounding that, including the exhaustion. So I do have people here who have been moving tirelessly the last few days. Yesterday was the 4:30 start time, and the day before that was 6, and I thought today was reprieve, so I was in my fancy clothes so that I could do visits. And then there was the message that they were just going to finish this sucker up, and so we finished moving everything but one table and some tchotchkes. I don't know what they are, and I actually said just put it in the trash, but we're not gonna because district resources. Actually, it was my own table, but still. We are super excited. We've got school opening in a couple weeks, and right now we look like the lady with the medal in her hair for all her highlights. You know, it's something, but it's going to be fantastic in like 2 weeks. So we're excited. There's another slide. Do I control it, or I have a clicker? Oh, I didn't do that last time. Okay, there we go. So with 5 days to go, that's 5. Not till the kids get there, thank the Lord, but 5 days to go until we get a lot of our teachers and other people on the campus work days. We have the Works program that is in, and they are superpower team. They have 3 ladies that are all new into their positions, and they are just running around that campus and already know my favorite drink. So that's fabulous because the long days, I need that Diet Dr. Pepper, hint, hint. And PFA is out, and so that wouldn't have been true tonight, except that things happened and the 5 trucks came and left and came and left, and there's 1 table left. But we are out of Old Main so that they can start redoing what they need to do. eCampus is going to be staying at Kachina for a bit of time while we work through their space because we did prioritize 4 buildings to get offices in, our source center in, our in-person learners, and the Works program. Our enrollment numbers in the holistic space are tracking, so we actually are right about where we typically are, because when we in this space have enrollment, it happens towards the end of the summer. So if they maybe didn't quite make it at the end of the year, they still go on vacation, and then they go, now what do I do? So they come to us, and so we race to get them in. I talked to Ms. Spiller, our SOAR manager, who's here this evening. She said she had 13, 14 intakes over the next week and a half, but they were pausing because they didn't know where to go. So we sent out we've landed, we're here. And we did that on Tuesday, and today as we were running through, I heard a lot of people calling her. So we've got those going. Mr. Fryer said that his is steadily tracking and on par for what it was last year. We do actually have 22% more in our SOAR program right now than we had last summer, and we've been getting a lot of calls, which is kind of awesome because we don't have a ton of marketing going on yet because we needed to get to the new campus. So that's pretty neat. The marketing plan is moving forward. So on the slides that maybe are on your screen, but those you can see, the graphics are all there. Miss Ari and her team have been working with us to get that just right. So we've got some great finalized colors and a little compass there with an arrow because it is your path and you can choose it. It's like a choose your own adventure. And so that is what we've got going on the campus. We are meeting with Sarah Meredith and her team this next week to start putting and launching the actual website for Peoria Pathways. And the where did I put that is, you know, when you, well, I raised 6 children in the house that I'm in for the last 23 years, and my husband has come to help, and he goes, we're just walking away. You just tell them what you take it, and we walk away from this house. So I have no idea where a lot of things are on the campus, but we're gonna find them. And I got to speak with Miss Rodriguez today, and she's gonna help us get a little help there next week so we can start unpacking some boxes and figuring out where all those things are for culinary. So they are measuring the real way and not the Sybil way of just a little this and a little that or order out. And then when we say people and Peoria is about the people, man, we are not kidding. We had 225 hours last night when I threw this sucker together, but today was a new crazy effort day. We weren't supposed to be moving today. And at 5 o'clock, I'm like, we need the last truck. I have to go do a presentation and I'm disgusting. So they got it there and I sent a final picture to Danielle and I was like, hey, I'm gonna be there, but I'm gonna be late. So there's a video that I was gonna like just show, but I don't know that it works. Just push play. Is there a play? Is it red? Sorry, I never use the clicker. I always use the forward button. Or use this. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's see. You guys, the front is so fantastic. Do you want to? Keep talking. Okay, I'm going to keep talking. So we have, the front has been totally re-beautified. We'll try to see if we can get it online or something. But it's been really neat to watch the process. And if she can get it to play, great. But if not, the last little piece there was just gratitude. And I am super grateful for the support of the board, number one. To believe in this, but I'm grateful for all of the people that have stepped up. These people in this row have been coming every day and just like, what do you need? What do you need? We change our shoes because they hurt sometimes in the different pairs, and so we change them. And like today, I'm like, does anyone have shoes? And actually, Mr. Toby was there, and the Works director, she goes, what size of shoe do you wear? I think I have some in the car. So it's been fun and an adventure, but the in-house team with Brian Boyer and his cabinet team, but have done so many other things. Carpet, the construction guys that are there. We had a tree just planted and it broke in half. And I'm like, what do we think about the tree? And they're like, we're going to get you a new one. I'm like, yay! So we get new trees. And it's just going to be a really great space for people to come and learn. But also, we've got dedicated spaces for our community. So we've staged them with very specific, like furniture and some different things that people could use, whether they're homeschool parents, co-op parents, or just community members. We have a room that's been reconfigured. We could have church space there. We could have HOAs or clubs, that type of stuff. So I'm excited to continue dreaming and planning with our leadership team. And I get people all the time, what about this? What about that? And I'm like, yeah, let me write that down real quick. So it's going to be great.
Mrs. Jacob.
Yes.
Just so you know, when we converted it to a PDF, we cannot play it live, but we will put it in the board's report that they will be receiving, and then it can be one of the first videos we post on your new website.
Perfect. It's a surprise. It's a teaser. There you go.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Ari, and thank you, Director Jacob, for this update. Man, a lot of energy, a lot of focus. It's been great watching the work happen, and just thank you for this update. I'm excited to see it launch, and to what Mrs. Proudfield was saying, like this is a future of us generating not just revenue, but really reaching kids at where they're at. And so this is a great way to, like, just even our discussion with the Works program folks this morning, I mean, we just started going off on several different tangents, but a lot of ideas, but you have the energy for it. So thanks for the update. Appreciate it. Ms. Prophet.
I had the honor of inserting myself in your campus to be able to walk and see for myself what is happening. And the best way I can describe it is, you know, when you used to watch HGTV and like a miraculous amount of work happens over a half an hour. I do not know how you guys have gotten that done. It is completely transformed, and I was there like mid-project. So I can only imagine what it's like now. I need to come back to see, just in that short probably week since I've been there last, what you guys have accomplished. I feel like this is the chapter of Director Jacobs Unleashed. We're gonna, if you can build it, they will come. And I think that that is exactly what we're going to experience. I'm so, so excited for all of your ideas and watching them come to fruition with this repurposing of a great campus. It is such a beautiful campus, and it is going to serve the community broadly, and it's like myopically and broadly at the same time, just so well. It's going to be such an incredible addition. So let us know if you need extra hands. Happy to move things, happy to clean things, but just thank you. I know that this is not just a professional project, but it is such a heart project for you, and you have such a servant heart. And so thank you for dreaming this and having that heart that makes this possible, and the courage to actually make this vision come to life. I don't know that there's very many people that are capable of that. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles.
I did put a plug in earlier. Really, there's no more I can say. Like, it's, I am a pioneer at heart. I like to try new things, and some things work, some things they don't. But you came in here with like the whole plan the first time and didn't even know if we were going to approve it or, you know, support you in it. And that blows my mind. But I'm so excited for this program. It's needed so, I mean, we've done our due diligence if we're attracting, I think someone said even Centennial 9 admin, but this is a forward thinking. I mean, that's the only thing I can even think of. And between this and our next presentation, and that being our 7th and 8th grade program, I mean, it's a no-brainer. We're going to go places with these things, and I'm excited for that. I'm excited for, I mean, how can you not be excited for what you're excited for anyway? You just seem to draw people. But yeah, I can't wait to tour, hopefully be part of, you know, the help. I really want to. Yeah, I'm super excited that this is in our district and we're leading. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing.
I'm so happy for you and you and this project, but I also know how much work that has gone into it. And I want to let you know, which I'm sure you know, are well aware of this, with a lot of the nonprofits that you worked with when you guys were over at Old Main, I run into those individuals. They're like, how's Sybil doing? What's going on at the Peoria Flex Academy? And always their first question is, what do they need? When can we come see it? And all of that. I'm like, she's working really hard and so forth. With Miss Airy and Miss Jacobs, Director Jacobs, love to hear that. When are we going to do the ribbon cutting? Because I know that was something we requested. She ran out of the room, but.
So President Toby and Miss Ewing, we are looking at the middle of October. And so that'll give us one term to get a few wrinkles out and smooth things out, but also get all of our students together to be those ambassadors, to be able to walk things through. And super kind of fun is when you go to a new home and sometimes things are left behind, you find fun things. So we've got some fun. We've got some fun treasures to display, but also some things that we want to be able to pass out and stuff too. So there'll be some surprises along the way, but it's mid-October. I think we're nailing down the date. Specifically, we're looking at a Wednesday. I believe it was October. I could make it up and we could just do it. We were doing it through text, but we're looking at mid-October, and that'll be a little bit cooler, and in the morning, like a 9 a.m.-ish, yeah.
President Toby, Mrs. Jacobs, I think we tentatively have October 15th scheduled.
Perfect.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Airy.
And I'm sure I don't have to mention it, but once you guys have it, if we can make sure that all the board members are invited, and I'm sure you'll already mention this to several, but make sure our city council members are invited out to that, and as well as putting it in with both the Peoria Chamber and the Glendale Chamber. I think it just, any way we can put it out there would be great, because I'm sure that there's already a lot of organizations that support you, but I'm sure there's a lot more that would like to try to figure out how they can continue to support what you're doing. And I think, as Ms. Bowles said, this Peoria Pathways really fills a gap that often in public education, we don't always have that. And I think we can be the leader in that, and you very quickly have shown that. So congratulations. Thank you to all the team and all the hard work you do, and I just can't wait to get over there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Brooks.
Congratulations to you and your team, and also to the students, because I know this is going to be a very exciting chapter for them for the next year, and everything that you guys have worked hard for them. So thank you for that. It just popped into my brain because Mrs. Hammer is standing in the back. She just nodded there. But I don't know, I know that Peoria High School and Cactus have the ROTC program, and they do a lot of volunteer work. So I don't know if that's an option too, with whatever else you guys need before the grand opening or even throughout the year. I just thought that, saw her back there, I was like, wait a minute, that's a great idea for volunteer, and it gives that option to see the options, the arrow, for those students as well. So I'm really excited to see this. I'm looking forward to the October ribbon ceremony. That'll be exciting for you guys. Thank you for all your hard work for the kids. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, President Rook, nope, how about let's go President Toby this tonight? Let's do that one. And Ms. Rooks, Ms. Hammer and I started in admin 12 years ago, 13 now together, and we've always partnered even though we were in different cities and that sort of thing. So she's a huge supporter of mine, and I look up to her greatly. So I know we'll be partnering as we're so much closer together, and that was even part of that initial pitch for this particular campus, because we do work so well together and have that collaborative nature. So and the energy and a little bit of that spunk right there behind me too. So it's going to be a great space, great partnership, and it's a very large campus. So we have a lot of room for activities. So we'll fill it full of it. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share, give you an update, and yes, please come. I know Ms. Ewing's working on a time right now, so I would love to have all of you be able to come and see some of the middle and before the after. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jacobs, and thank you to your team. I know you guys had an early morning, so thank you for staying. Moving on, 8.2, update on Cactus 712 model. Mrs. Hammer.
Good evening, President Toby, governing board members. I hear that, Mrs. Proudfoot, you're to blame for why I'm here. Am I changing this, or are you? Oh, I got clicker happy. You got to watch me at all times with a clicker.
I was waiting for the robotic team to come in and shoot those shirts.
Right? Well, I'm just going to shot put them to you, but don't worry about that. That'll be a discussion for later. So I did come from Camp Cobra today. This was the last day for our summer bridge for our 9th graders, and we'll get into that in just a minute. But I wanted to put up 2 pictures for you, because this is one of the lessons that we take our Cobras through, or our incoming Cobras through. And I have them look at the 2 pictures to determine what picture would you hang in your house? What just speaks to you? And invariably the kids choose the one on the right. They're like, the one on the left looks a bit aggressive. It looks messy. It looks a little childish. They're not really drawn to it. And you know, I'm not an artist, stick figures. You don't want to be my Pictionary partner, I promise you that. But I agree with them. And then I tell them, well, let's talk about how much that painting's worth. It's worth $200 million. It's sold for $200 million. And the one we all love is $200. And so the whole point in taking them through this is this idea about self-worth, that even though I don't really appreciate that first painting, and they don't appreciate it, and it doesn't speak to us, it doesn't take away from its value. And I wanted to bring that up tonight because tonight I heard board members, and I heard community members, and I heard teachers talk about our value. And even though we have gone through this trial of a time, it doesn't diminish our value as a district, and I think we have to hold on to that narrative. Who are we? What are we about? We're more than the decision of 2 people. And we cannot let that devalue who we are as a district. Most of you have kids in this district or have had kids in this district for a reason. And so I want us to hold on to that. We have 3,264 employees who are making right decisions every day. And we have to focus on them, because if we lose sight of them, then we lose sight of our purpose. So I brought these two quotes up to our students. If you don't know your own value, somebody will tell you your value, and it'll be less than your worth. And your value doesn't decrease based on someone's inability to see your worth. There will be people who have the inability to see our worth, and I have to let them go. Because I know that we are valuable as a district. I know that the people here are doing amazing things. And as I'm hearing you guys talk about what you're celebrating on our campuses, you recognize that. That has to be our narrative about what we are about as a district. We cannot lose sight of that. I'm on a diet. Let's not celebrate. I only lost 3 pounds. But it's made me think about what I shop for and the fruits and vegetables. And I'm all, grapes. I love grapes. If I have to pick, fruit, there I am. But I'm at the bags looking at them, right? I want to make sure that I've got the best grapes possible. But sometimes when I get home, I find that one that I missed that was tucked in there somewhere. But I don't throw those whole bag of grapes away. I lose the one that's bad, because you know what? All the rest are amazing. And I don't want to compare our staff to grapes. I'm not saying we're grapes, but I am saying that we are so amazing as a staff. 3,264 employees doing amazing things. We cannot focus on the ones that were bad. We don't throw the whole bag away. We cannot throw 3,264 employees away. We absolutely can't. We got to stay focused on what are we about? Who are we as individuals? Our teachers and our staff. We got a zero cost of living raise. This economy is hard. And they are still here. Yes, we had some leave. I could make $40,000 more going to another district. Here I am. Not only did we not get a raise, we're losing money. We're taking 3 furlough days. And yet we still have people here, sitting here even tonight in this board meeting, who are committed to this district. My bank statement told me that I'm spending 123% more each month on my bills in this economy. And yet I'm losing money. I didn't get a cost of living raise. Nobody did. So why are we here? We have 36,000 reasons why we're here. These kids. And we have to remember that. We have to keep that at the forefront of everything we do. Yes, there's been a lot of conversation tonight about the mistake of some individuals. And I'm not condoning that. I will never condone that. But I'm also not putting my whole life on hold for those individuals. We have a district that is doing amazing things, full of 36,000 kids. And if we lose our people who are here serving them, where do those 36,000 kids go? Who supports them? We have to keep them at the forefront, and that's why everybody's here. They could get better wages anywhere else right now than in PUSD, but they're committed to these 36,000 kids. A core value at Cactus, one of our 2, excellence in all we do. So this year, you want an update? Mrs. Proudfit, here you go. We hired 39 staff members. That's a lot of time. That's 195 interviews that we did, because we hired about 5, or we interviewed about 5 people for every 1 we hired. We did a 10-minute micro teach for every single teacher that we interviewed. Why? Because we want the very best on our campus in front of our kids. And there may be people who can answer questions. I got to know you can teach. So that was important to us. So that was 195 hours of interviewing that our team put in, because we're committed. But guess what? We're not the only school that did that. Across the district, campuses did that far and wide, because they're committed to this district. People are asking, hey, how's your summer vacation? Let's talk about it. What summer vacation? Staff aren't taking summer vacation. They're here, committed to this district, to making sure that our kids get the best. We just ran our summer bridge. Here's some of our kids. We had 125 freshmen show up for Summer Bridge Camp. We were excited about it. Next week, we are having 155 7th and 8th graders for our round 2 of Summer Bridge. And I had a camper come up to me yesterday and say, I just wish camp could last all year. I'm like, I will never make that. But they loved it. They had a blast. Why? Because we embraced these kids. We celebrated them. We worked with them on taking risks, getting comfortable in their own skin, being a part of something bigger than themselves. That's important to us. Every high school runs a summer bridge. Do they run it quite like us? Probably not. But they run a summer bridge because we want to make sure that kids entering high school find success. They find their place that they belong. We also had Operation Homefront take place on our campus with our AFJROTC. 180 families came in and they got backpacks, school supplies, reusable water bottles, gift cards, and that was led for our veteran families or our military families. We also have, as Talia told you, our Arizona Robotics League taking place this weekend. Every month, I don't know where Talia went. There she is. Every month, we've got our campus opens up to 27 different schools around the state of Arizona to come in and practice with their robots, learn more about STEM. And this year, we're opening it actually to nationwide, to the nation, to come in and compete in August for our Arizona Robotics League. So we're opening it beyond the state of Arizona. So if you want to watch it, come Saturday, they'll be there. It's free. We also had different sports, 10 different sports and academic camps taking place this summer. Like I said, there's been no summer vacation. It is hopping on our campus. And we're one of the smallest campuses in the district. Truthfully, right? One of the smallest high schools. So if we're doing all of this, how much more are other high schools doing? Everybody's taking care of these 36,000 kids year-round. District support. Marcy, I want to thank you. Marcy gave me a check I've never seen in my entire life. I just want to put that out there right now. I didn't quite know what to do with myself, and she said, you need to think a whole lot bigger. I said, okay. So we put new furniture in 14 classrooms. We got 20 new teacher desks. We actually got 2 washers. I know that sounds ridiculous, but we've got twice the teams that we've ever had, and we had no washers for all those uniforms. We got 11 ViewSonics. We got 4 rooms renovated because we had to make more space, and we had 4 bathrooms renovated for our junior high kids. So we're very excited about that, so thank you for that support. I still am amazed. We're excited about it. We are closed to 7th and 8th grade. We're on a wait list. We have no room left. We are absolutely full. I've been informed multiple times, quit trying to take open enrollment kids. We're also panicked about our kids that are still coming into our attendance zone who have yet to enroll. They're still calling every day. We have 1,424 kids enrolled, and on Monday, we will be hosting the 250 new teachers for new teacher orientation. So we are busy and loving every minute of it. But I wanted to bring you Camp Cobra shirts to remind you always that we're here for the 36,000. But we're also here for the 3,264 who serve them every day. So thank you. May I bring you these? I'm not shot putting them to you, and a robot is not shooting them to you. Sizes, we just grab sizes, so if you need smaller or larger, just let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Hammer, for that update. Appreciate all the work that you're doing. Man, I think we should have had that at the very beginning of the meeting because I wish more people were here to hear all of that. So very encouraging words. Thank you so much. Mrs. Rooks, comments, questions?
Thank you, Mrs. Hammer. Yeah, I'm excited to see what this year brings for this new idea. I'm very excited to see what you and your team bring to the table, and I'm excited for all the students as well. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting year. So congratulations, too, on your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing.
I'm just so excited for you and the community that is coming into Cobras and to Cactus. So I don't think you were here, but I did mention a thank you to you and your staff in the very beginning in my board comments of how you welcomed in all of the district staff that had to relocate, find a new space to work, and I just so appreciate that. It means so much. And I heard how you spoiled them so that they didn't want to come back to the office, so. But.
Listen, that was self-serving. When you have HR right next to you and payroll and everybody, hey, we just get to walk around the corner.
Right. Well, anyway, I want to say thank you to you and your team for this hard work. There's so much that has to happen, so much coordination. I know there's a lot of transition teams to make all of the classrooms right and just all of those details that come up. And I know how hard you worked, and I appreciate that. And please send that thank you over to your staff. And I just can't wait to come over there once it's the new hallways are bustling with students and the staff and so forth. And I just know that it will be a success. And I can't imagine a better person to take on this project than you. So congratulations, and I'm so excited.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you, President Toby. I want to yell, go Cobras! And there's so many memories even in those pictures, but thank you for valuing our kids. Thank you for, and I'm speaking that from a parent and a board member. As you know, my children graduated from there, but from Cactus. And just being able to, I'm sure there's times you're like, oh my God, what have I got myself into? That's reality, but you don't show it. You don't show it ever. And we're okay if you do. But it's things like this. And thank you for bringing back, hopefully I never lose the focus of the students and the programs and the reason I'm even here, right? And that's the next generation, or up here, I should say. We have some really, really amazing, I didn't realize, I think you did say it in the boardroom before, but I forgot that you used to work together, and that makes a lot of sense. Wow, how we got both of you together back again, and, that's amazing. And again, programs that there's nothing like this in the state. And I know that. I know there's nothing like this forward with 7th and 8th grade, stepping out on a limb, not sure if it was going to work or not. I was actually thinking maybe next year we get a bunch of kids, but obviously that hasn't happened. And then even, the Peoria pathways. Thank you is just not enough for staff. I know you're up, sweating with no AC, and, the district still controls that in some of our buildings, but I don't even know what to say. Like, I know you're working your tail off. So thank you. All I have in my brain from working in the schools and going from school to school is, okay, what kind of drinks do they like? Because that's an easy please. And I probably get that. But kudos to you guys and valuing our families, valuing students, thinking outside the box, all the things that everybody else has said. But I want to make sure, just speaking as one board member, that you guys shine throughout and not others. You guys have put in the work, and I want to make sure that we support you. You've heard me say that before, but I really want to make sure that we're focused on, okay, no, this is not a district thing. Yes, of course it is. We're all benefiting from all your hard work. But, I want you to make sure that if you don't feel that support, and I've said that before, we don't want to leave you out there. But it sounds like you got, Ms. Rodriguez on your team and giving you big checks. So, hey, who could ask for more than that? Anyway, thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing, what you guys are doing, will do, and hopefully I'll get out there soon.
Ms. Proudfit.
Thank you for not being mad that anytime we can get Principal Hammer in here, you're just such a great presenter and you really just get to the heart of the matter. It's also what you bring to your campus with Cactus Ohana. It is a family. And particularly, I know we have Principal Bagwell here, but she laid it down. That was a challenge issue. And I have to say, Cactus is kind of the leader at that. They really do. Your summer bridge program is really pretty amazing. It's, I would say it might be the best. Principal Bagwell, I have to... Exactly. Throw it on the gauntlet there. But I can't tell you how much joy it brings me to see the enrollment numbers. because the subtext of the future of cactus, if we did not innovate, was not going to be good. And so the fact that the cactus cobras are alive and kicking and growing and prepared to just continue to take off, I can't believe all that you've been able to accomplish in the short amount of time. I feel like I haven't gotten a summer vacation and I haven't been doing a tenth of what you've been doing. So just thank you for believing in the kids, honestly, believing in something better, innovating, doing it, taking steps and just doing things. I know you do that a lot, is you just do. You do what's right for the kids. And those are the stories I want to highlight. There's so much of that, and you're just such a great example of what Peoria is all about. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you again. And those words that you said were very meaningful, and I think that, we can focus on a lot of different things right now. You can focus on, the texture of our clothing or the odor of the person sitting next to us. There's so much we can be focusing on right now. But we're focused on kids. We're focused on these campuses, and you really highlighted that to me, and I really needed to hear that. So thank you for sharing those words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all.
Next, we have items for approval, Section 9.1, approval of the establishment of the Peoria Unified Governing Board Citizens Advisory Committee. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Prophet, and board members, and the community who is sticking it out with us for this presentation. So this is a very important process that we're bringing to you. We had some conversation around this a couple meetings ago, and the board said, I want this back in front of us sooner than later. And so here we are. And so what I've established for the board, I've kind of drafted the procedures at the last board meeting, or the meeting that we spoke about this. And so I took your feedback, brought it back, and I have refined this. So this document that's available to the community on our board minutes, board meeting agenda, they can see what we've put together as far as the charter and the operating procedures for this committee. So board has authority to establish a board committee. The purpose is for this committee is establishing feedback, a way for the community to give feedback to the governing board about what the community would like to see as a future of this district. We've had lots of conversations around that tonight. And I'm excited to be here in this space with all of you. And the change and the transformation that I think we are about to embark upon is really exciting. So Peoria has always been a stellar district. I remember I didn't go to the Peoria schools, but I was at a neighboring district, and I remember how Peoria was just like that district. And we're that district. But we are going through some changes geographically in the community, and I think that bringing this committee together, we had a lot of conversations last year, difficult conversations. Repurposing schools, closing schools, those are difficult conversations to have. I think there's probably going to be more of those conversations ahead of us. Based on the trends that we're seeing in some of our neighborhoods. But this committee will bring the community voice to you. So as we go through this evening, if there's any questions that you have with the guiding principles, what that gives the board is the transparency and the commitment that we have to hearing our community voices. You will be providing the oversight. You will be given direction of what you want this committee's work to be and what the deliverables will be to you as a board. The membership component, we talked a lot about this the last time we had this in front of you. So it's a pretty broad list of who we would like to represent the district. So we have parents, community members, business and civic leaders, elementary, secondary, and special education teachers, classified employees, school principals, district administrators, students, individuals with charter school experience, retired educators, and community members. So community members is in there twice, I just noticed that. But this is the group, and we're looking for some professionals to sit on here that have some expertise, right? Maybe in finance, construction, architecture, engineering, planning, higher education, community leadership, so that they can bring those valuable skills and that vision, because all of the different perspectives make us stronger. And so that's going to be very healthy for this committee to have those different perspectives on it. So the question also that we've discussed is, what is that process for the appointment of these members to look like? So the governing board did ask that each of the board members select two community partners that they, whether that be business owners, whether that be community advocates, whether that be employees of the district, but two people that each of you would like to pick that you would like to see sit on this committee. In order to have this process so that we have a balanced committee, and we talked about, maybe because initially I brought you like, well, maybe there's like 10, 15, you're like, hey, maybe there's like 20 or 25, so we've kind of broadened it up a little bit. But we have an interest form that's also attached in this agenda item that kind of gives us some information about this committee member who is showing an interest in wanting to be part of this district and the future of this district and advise us in those roles. So in each of the boards, if they have members that they have identified that they would like to serve, we will have this interest form on our website, and it would be important that they would fill out this interest form for the simple fact that I want to make sure when we are looking at all of the interest forms that we have broad representation. So it's important even the people that you appoint fill this form out. As soon as the board gives us the nod to move forward with this, and there's the okay to publish this form, it'll be on our website. We will have a link. Board, committee, please, if you're interested, and anybody listening this evening, once the board gives us the authority to create this committee, that interest form, I will work with our communications team to get it on our website. So following the submission period, so we're thinking probably want to leave it open long enough for people to be able to show interest and apply, if you will. But I don't want to leave it so long that it takes a month to get it back to you. So we have our next board meeting, I believe August 16th? The 13th. So that would give us a little less than a month to get those applications or those interest forms in, but that would be a target for that board meeting to bring you the list of the committee members that have shown interest for your approval. So the process, again, you will approve that list at a public meeting. Okay? And everybody will be able to see who's going to be representing them from our community. Responsibilities. So I think it's really important that anybody who is listening, anybody who is interested in being a part of this committee, which is a very important committee, they come to this committee with an open mind. They come to this committee with respect for other people's differences, because these types of committees, the different perspectives are what is going to make it so rich. And so those subject matter experts we will bring in. Grace will be probably obviously. One of them, the demographer that we use. I will, share financial information that we have shared with the board and the committee. So anything relevant that we think that might be valuable for them to make recommendations to all of you. So at the conclusion of it, the committee will prepare a written report for you, summarizing the information. But as we're going along, the vision would be that the board will keep updated on the committee's progress. It is a board committee. The administration, district administration, is going to provide support for the board in this committee, and that looks like scheduling the meetings, making sure the agendas are prepared. There's public notices, because this will be a public noticed meeting. The technical presentations, coordination with consultants we bring in, recording the records, and then at the end of the day, communicating back to the board. So the duration of this looks like we would probably meet for over a 4-month period is the initial timeline that we've presented to you. This is what this might look like. So in this time, there will be several meetings. So we're probably talking about meeting 6 to 8 times. So that's twice a month that we'd be meeting. So it's a commitment. So anybody who is contemplating this and thinking this, just know that there is a commitment that we're asking people to make. And so the target date to bring our final recommendations would be in January to the board. Right? Any questions about this?
Well, thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. I know we've talked about this quite a bit, and I think we all feel this is an important thing for us to get some perspective when it comes to the future of the district, the next steps. But I do want to open it up to the rest of the board for questions or comments. Mrs. Rooks?
I just would like to make one comment. If we could also look into City of Glendale, City of Peoria staff, if there are anybody there, their city managers, if they could possibly attend some of the meetings as well, so that we can get that partnership with our cities because they're also looking at their land development, their trajectory of their city growth. So I just feel like that would be a good to have at those meetings, so that if the community committee members have questions, we've got city staff there as well. So just for that growth period. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Rooks. Mrs. Ewing?
First question, I know you said we don't want to keep the form out there for too long. Do we have a sense, is it going to be like a 2-week time frame? And we don't have yet an exact number of individuals, if I'm correct, that we would be targeting to be on this committee.
Thank you, President Toby and Member Ewing. Yes, I'm thinking 2 to 3 weeks. Want to give it enough time that we can review those, be thoughtful about making sure that we have a well-balanced committee, and then bringing that recommendation back to the board August 13th. And, right, so that's kind of that window I'm looking at. So definitely, if the governing board is okay with the format in which the interest form is, I will work with our PR team to get that on our website next week. So that would probably give it like 2.5 weeks to be out there. Do you have a concern about the time?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted that information, that's all. No, I didn't have a concern about the time. I know that we're still, a next step would be that we would be talking about deliverables so that the group would know what they're working towards. And so I appreciate that. I think that when you look at, I think it's the map that's back there, when you look at Peoria Unified, is that there's different corridors. I think I don't know if there's 6, Danielle's not over there. I don't know if it's 6 different, or if it's 4 different corridors, 4. And just making sure that we have representation in all of those as we're looking at all of these individuals, so that we can make sure that we have somebody looking at the impact to each one of their communities and what their community needs are as well. But I think if we have a large enough group, I think that's definitely possible.
Yes, President Toby, Member Ewing, that is the goal of balancing the committee, so that all the voices from because this is a large district.
Yeah.
It's big.
Yeah.
You know, so we want to make sure everybody's voices are heard.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you, President Toby. I am a little bit excited and a little bit nervous about this. I'll be very transparent. But I agree with, the different location and different backgrounds and all that. I reached out to some people and I have sent names in. If we've already done that, then we're just gonna let them circle back around. Is that correct? And fill that information out? Okay.
Yes.
I think that was the only question I had. I apologize, I didn't see on there, is one of the categories of students in our district? Okay, I just didn't see it. So I know that we originally said that, I just didn't see it on this. So, all right, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Clerk Proudfit.
I did have a question with the students. Are they ex officio members, or are they going to have voting?
Well, President Toby, Clerk Prophet, that would be a board's decision to make.
I love having student representation. I hesitate. I love their input. As with many committees, I think ex officio members, I sit as an ex officio member on Peoria Education Foundation. I think I would like to see them ex officio, just because there's a lot of dynamics at play that they might not have the experience to be able to make those decisions, especially being kids. So I'd love to hear their input, love having them there, but just want to make sure that we're being responsible with that. Thank you for putting this all together. I know, like, I threw it at you and brought it out, like, well, we'll just throw this committee together. And it's a lot more than that. And so Magic Mercy over there just putting your nose to the wheel and getting it done like you always do. So thank you for that. I think this setup is great. Like I always say, this, this district is a shared asset of every single resident in Peoria. And so I love that there has been such care given to different groups, geographic locations, special needs, charter, all the different gamuts of the city of Peoria. And I think that's going to be what makes this committee, we're going to have some good clashes in there, which I totally agree with you. I think that's how we reach the best outcome for our community. And at the end of the day, that's what we're here to do, is represent the community that we serve. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Mrs. Proudfit. My mistake in order, being self-assessing, self-correcting, I forgot you, Mrs. Bolster, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have you go before my comments. How about that, please?
Thank you, President Toby. I appreciate it. I want to thank Marcy. Where'd she go? Oh, there you are. I want to thank you. I think this is a great proposal. I like the way it's set up, the way you have brought it out to the community. The only thing that I have to say is that I have to agree with Clerk Proudfit regarding the student portion of it, that if they are put on there, that they're an ex officio member. When I look at the skills and the subsets and all that you need, the kind of thing, I mean, we're looking at capital improvement priorities, transportation, technology infrastructure, financial imports, strategic initiatives requiring community input. These are big topics, and we're not talking about one little school here that these kids are in. We're talking about a whole district, and not only just for that particular year or next year, but for the future down the road. The other thing that I see in here that stood out to me, where you're asking for professionals with expertise in finance, construction, architecture, engineering, planning, higher education, and community leadership. These kids don't have that kind of knowledge and skills. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be on any community or committee like this. I just think this one is not for them, that they don't have the skills or the maturity. This is going to be a large community. I've sat on 2 community textbook committees, and it's an open meetings law. It takes a lot of time and research to be able to make any kind of understanding and communication. So that would be my only concern. Otherwise, I think it's great. Thank you. And thank you, Marcy.
Thank you for your comment, Mrs. Bolster. Again, sorry. So I agree with whatever she said and the rest of the board said. We need to get some minds wrapped around some of these big topics. You know, thing that came to mind when I was just a candidate, one of the longest board meetings, and we've had some long ones, the topic of artificial intelligence was probably one of the largest discussions. You're nodding your head because you know it was such a great topic of conversation, but we never got anywhere. And it's something we haven't addressed. And so this is something where I'd like to get all these minds as far as like what's a policy that we can have to have our students learn and successfully use in a safe way artificial intelligence. That's just one thing that I'm thinking of, right? But I totally agree with Mrs. Ewing and Mrs. Proudfit regarding students being ex officio, and then also if we can put a map on our website of the 4 different zones, so that way we can identify in the form which zone they're from, so that we can have an equally weighted committee. But that's all I have. Other than that, just need a motion to.
But President Toby, I'm sorry, I just have one more comment with regards to students before we go into the vote.
Sure.
Just a comment. We have, first of all, I just want to say our students are amazing, and don't underestimate the brilliance of our students to come up with great solutions. So just want to throw that out there. But I think that we have a couple of student groups that could certainly weigh in, that either it's the superintendent who can gather that information or whoever is going to end up leading that citizens group. We have, I believe we still have going on our student advisory superintendent group. We have a lot of things happening down at the Met Academy that look at like architecture and stuff. So it'd be kind of interesting to see what those students can come up with. And then I want to say our FBLA group, is that the right acronym? Some of those groups, just being able to maybe even just bring forward that those individuals could get together and bring and offer some sort of input. I understand the voting and that we want folks who have some real expertise in the industry and so forth, but I do think that there's a real opportunity to involve the students in coming up with some really big, with some innovative solutions that we might not have thought of. So that's, I can understand them maybe not having that voting piece and so forth. I'm willing to acquiesce to that, but I don't want to overlook all of the great student brilliance that we do have out there and being able to add to this process. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those points, Ms.
President
Ewing.
Toby, if I may. I agree that, well, let me just say this. Our Board of Education in Arizona have a youth component to it. Our city council has a youth component to it. And I am firmly believe that if we're not teaching the next generation, we're not doing our job. Should they take over? No, that'd be ludicrous. However, I had many students that were way smarter than most of the teachers around them. So we underestimate, as what Ms. Ewing said, and then expanding, like, hey, I can do that. Yeah, you can do that. You can be a part of those decisions. Any parent out there on behavior specialist background, the buy-in, if you have a buy-in and they want to be there, that's 90% of the battle. And they have good ideas, and it's their future, So I don't think we should dismiss that. I think we need to have that. The voting, yes or no, if we mirrored what our state's already doing or even our city council's doing, I don't think that could hurt. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Mrs. Proudfit.
I was going to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the establishment of the Peoria Unified Governing Board Citizens Advisory Committee pursuant to Governing Board Policy 1-302, adopt the accompanying Citizens Advisory Committee charter and operating procedures, authorize administration to conduct an open public interest process, and direct administration to return recommended committee appointments to the Governing Board for consideration and approval.
And I will second. Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfit, seconded by myself. And board members, if you can hit the show voting button when ready. Okay, motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 9.2, approval to add new cooperative contract for fiscal year 2027. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Toby, board members, community, cabinet. So we have a few co-op contracts that we are asking that the board approve this evening. These are replacing existing contracts that we have that are expiring. So there's a number of them there, and you have the attachments and the detailed summary of the co-ops in the agenda item.
Thank you. We do not have board comments or public comments. Any board comments? Okay, hearing none, seeing none. Just need a motion. I will motion to approve and ratify the addition of cooperative contracts as presented.
I will second.
We have a motion made by myself, seconded by Clerk Profit. Board members, cast your votes. Motion passes 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 9.3, approval to award request for proposal RFP 25-3-07S, sports official supplemental as the SAVE Cooperative. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes. Thank you, President Toby, members of the board, community. Back in January, we brought a request that you allow us to go out and solicit quotes and bids for proposals, let me use the right term, proposals for sports referees. And in the attached documents, you have a summary of, there were a total of 26 vendors. We received notification, that received notification. 18 people downloaded it, and there were 2 proposals that were submitted. So those are the 2 vendors that are in front of you this evening that we are asking you to approve for our referees.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. No public comment. Any board comments on this item? No? Hearing none and seeing none, just need a motion.
I move to approve the issuance of RFP 27-32-01. Awards, recognition, and promote. Is this the right one?
No, I think it's.
I was going to say, dang it. Sorry, it's hard to find. Sorry, I don't know how I got it.
It's a new system. You have to get.
The exact motion verbiage is harder to find. Okay. Motion to approve and ratify the addition of cooperative contracts as.
Other one.
Dang it.
9.3.
Okay, I really got it this time. Do I have it? Move to approve award RFP 25-30-07S Sports Official Supplement as a SAVE Cooperative to AZ Officiating Association and major sports officials.
I will second. Motion by Clerk Proudfit, seconded by myself. Board members, you can cast your votes. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. 9.4, the approval to issue requests for proposals, RFP 27-32-01, awards, recognitions, and promotion products, and RFP 27-3202, student travel and group tour services as strategic alliance for volume expenditures, SAVE cooperative contracts. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Toby, members of the board and community. This evening, we're asking that you allow us to go out and request proposals for these services. And just like we brought back the recommendations for the awards of the referees, we will be bringing these recommendations back to you after we've gone through the process of the solicitations.
Thank you for that. No public comment. Any board comments on this item? Hearing none, seeing none, just need a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve approval to issue requests for proposal, RFP 27-32-01, awards, recognition, and promotional products of RFP 27-32-02, student travel and group tour services, and strategic alliance for volume expenditures, SAVE cooperative contracts.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Bull, a second by Clerk Proudfit. Board members, cast your votes. Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 9.5, consideration of the ratification of the fiscal year 2026-2027 expenditure budget approved on July 7th, 2026. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Toby and members of the board and community. So as we spoke earlier in the public hearing, shared information about our budget, actually for the third time. And so hopefully all of our community was able to hear what our plans are this year in our managing our budget and our shortfall. So we have been made, it's been recommended by our legal counsel that we ratify this, just a formality of having a second public hearing.
Thank you for that explanation. We do have one public comment on this item from Laura T.
Good evening again. I agree with the budget. I have a concern. So Ms. Bowles, you asked people to vote for you so you could become a board member to participate, contribute, and help move the district forward. I asked you a simple question several times. What positive contributions or accomplishments can you point to from your time on the board? You could not articulate one accomplishment. Just like the silence when asked why you abstained from approving this next year's budget. Just like the many other abstentions without explanation. If participating in the process is not something you want to do, why not step aside and let someone who wants to engage actually do the work? You stated community deserve facts, but you bring fiction. Let's revisit the claim you made that 5.7 million students are sexually abused in public schools. I asked publicly for the source behind this shocking statistic. Your response was, you will see. It sounded like a major revelation was coming. You also posted, it's so much easier to believe it's a lie than to help. But how exactly have you helped? What policies have you proposed? What changes have you pushed for? What actions have you taken as a board member?
Point of order, President Toby. This line item is in relation to the budget, not all of this other stuff. So I just want to make sure we focus and stay on the budget of the agenda.
I appreciate that, Mr. Rooks. I did hear her mention her vote on the budget, so I'm going to allow it.
So can you give me the time back? Because it is about the budget, so I'm losing time here. So, okay, I'm going to go on. It's going to be fast. But how exactly have you helped? What policies have you proposed? Oh, I read that. Have you taken as a board member to strengthen protections of students and reinforce that sexual misconduct has zero tolerance in your district? You have no initiative and no accomplishments. A board member's responsibility is to lead, find solutions, vote for budgets, and protect students, not create fear through unsupported claims or statistics to advance a political agenda. Then came the explanation that the original 5.7 million number came from Obama and Bush administrations, and that a Yale author somehow increased it to 9.7 million. Apparently, this researcher from Yale was working at record speed during June and July while schools were mostly closed for summer break, and somehow uncovered 4 million of additional cases. Just add a few million, mention Yale, and hope nobody asks for questions. Are there any people who are buying this seriously? With all due respect, my calculator has better research credentials. It can at least show its work. Inflating statistics, abstaining, not knowing the budget to vote, citing unnamed sources, exaggerating numbers to create fear and panic, following, in my opinion, following a political agenda. The only part is that the credibility is gone. So I'm changing my stance. I would like to ask Ms. Bowles not to vote on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That does conclude public comments on this line item. Board members, comments or questions? Okay.
I don't have any questions. I've just repeated back when we had the public hearing, some of the things I don't support in the budget, but I don't think that are budgeted the way that I think they should be. So I'll stick with that. But I think that there needs to be maybe having more of a one-on-one conversation versus just coming up and spouting without even talking to that individual. I don't think that that is collaboration that keeps getting mentioned. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Other board members' comments or questions on this item? Hearing none, seeing none, just need a motion?
I move to ratify the previously adopted fiscal year 2026-2027 expenditure budget as presented.
I'll second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfit, seconded by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, if you can cast your votes. Motion carries 4 yeas, 1 no. Moving on to section 10, the consent agenda. Recommend approval of the consent agenda. Does anybody have any items they wish to pull from consent? No? Okay. I just need a motion to approve the consent agenda,
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda.
and I will second. Mrs. Cuthbert, motion by Mrs. Rooks, second by myself. Motion passes 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to section 11, closing public comment. We do have 2 public comments. First, public comment for the closing comments in 11.1 is Charmel Bolster.
Good evening for the last time, at least for this meeting. After watching this board, well, not this particular board, but being at these board meetings for the last 3 years and serving on 2 large committees, I've learned that it's neither religion or religious or political agendas really mean that much. It is a person's code of ethics, integrity, honesty, and ability to look at the big picture, and in this case, the big picture being our district, that makes the difference in the pursuit of truth. I have every confidence in the district that whatever the results of the investigation, that our cabinet will accept the result and do whatever is necessary to ensure that the students in this district will come first. I have watched them bend over backwards to accommodate the needs and requests of the board, even when they have been at work all day and have had to be here till long hours into the night of the wee morning, only to be back on duty early the next morning, ready to serve the board and the community. I have watched them being given many burdensome tasks and from members of the board who seemingly want to micromanage the district and have no consideration for the cabinet. They have carried on, though, in spite of horrendous circumstances, only to the criticism from some board members and members of the community. Whatever the outcome of the Centennial situation is, our district will prevail no matter how many students may disenroll. And from what I've heard, we have students that aren't disenrolling, they're coming. We are a good district, and as long as we pursue truth, we cannot fail because we are here and have made the argument for truth, hence the argument for heaven. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Final public comments, Jennifer C.
President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, thank you for this closing public comment. I was out serving the community with my local church and wasn't able to be here for the beginning comments, and Quick turned it on as soon as we were done, and you guys were just wrapping up public comments, so here I am. And my husband's holding down the fort with my kids. I took them home and rushed over so I can be here. I know I've missed the last 2 meetings in person, but I did watch them from afar. And I'm going to speak as a community member tonight and as someone who has worked in youth ministry for over a decade.
junior high through high school and some college ministry. And I have worked at churches where sexual abuse scandals, I have volunteered at churches where sexual abuse scandals have come out. And I have sat with students sobbing as they recount what happened to them and came forward years after the abuse because of how much of a risk it is to share their stories. And it never gets easier. As a foster parent, I sat in courtrooms, and the rage that you feel when the system doesn't work and it's hard to get convictions. It's so desperately hard to get convictions. A couple of meetings ago, there was a statement made to the wrestling team at Liberty, apologizing to them for what they went through with the investigation. I did ministry with one of the families whose kid was brave enough to come forward. And Peoria PD didn't find enough to make press charges, but something happened that child that later came forward and was willing to report. And so I'm going to ask the board to please not pit those students, former or current, against each other, as if one did something wrong and the other didn't. And I'm also going to ask to make sure that we are taking supervision in the locker room, on the mats, on the baseball field, on the football field, in the cheer competitions, and wherever else it is, and that we are managing what's happening with our students between one another and with adults. What happened in our district is unfathomable, but I give props to the fact that the teachers and those that are responsible for the abuse have been fired and that their certificates have been removed. And I'm asking you to please stop chasing the media every time a step in this process is taken, because victims and those witnesses that are kids are not coming forward because they don't want to be part of a spectacle. So please let the police do their job and let the kids find a safe space, a safe person to come forward to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That does conclude public comment, closing public comments. Moving on to section 12, informational reports. Mrs. Airy.
President Toby, members of the board, most important one is the first day of school, and we are so looking forward to just opening our doors and having all of our students return. So that's the highlight I have for this evening.
Thank you for that. 12.2, report on public records request to date is available on the agenda as an attachment. 12.3, legislative, state, and local updates. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, President Toby, members of the board. This is really old. So the legislation session has ended, and we received our funding, and we were able to establish our budget. But there are a few things that will be on the ballot this year that may impact our district. One of the initiatives is school spending requirements, and that would require us to increase the amount of money that we spend in our classrooms. So that is something that to be looking for on the ballot. These were legislative ballot initiatives. There's going to be a labor organized measure that is referring to the public sector labor organizations such as, and that is including organized labor unions, representations, employee authorized requirements, payroll deductions, and that could impact a school district as well. That does include us. There is a couple of the ESA, eligibility protection, and then there's also a citizens initiative for ESA reform that would have income requirements for ESA participants and a few other things. So those are some things that we're going to be watching for as the election comes in and how those will impact our district. That's my comment for tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. 12.4, report on requested future agenda items. These are the current ones that have been requested. They're available as the attachment on the agenda. Moving on to section 13, other business, 13.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Rooks, go ahead and start us off.
I know it was mentioned that we've had training by 3 employees for mandatory reporting training already, but I would like to have training also provided by representatives from the Peoria Police Department and Glendale Police Department on grooming patterns and mandatory reporting as well. I think it's good to get a perspective as well from our police department as they have that experience in those areas. So if that's possible to look at for the upcoming school year, reaching out to both departments for that.
I will second. In that line, and I don't even remember who was in the room because it's been so much happening in our district the last year of triage. Dr. Summers, I had a phone call and a meeting between him and another person that I'm not going to mention right now, but is a retired police officer that was going to come in and train on some of this. I don't know where that went. I don't know if they ever reached out to that person or didn't reach out to them. That was almost a year ago. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Go ahead, Ms. Rooks.
I'll second that for you. I don't know if that needed a second. Okay. Okay. I tried finding it on our little reports because it seems like it's been canceled because it wasn't getting a second email or something. So I'll just restate it. A vote to waive attorney-client privilege to the Peoria Police Department on Centennial investigation.
I'll second.
And the other one is for the governing board to be able to legally see the search warrant items that were taken by Peoria Police Department from the first search warrant and now the second one, along with the itemized receipt of what was actually taken.
I'll second.
And that's all I have.
Okay, Mrs. Ewing?
Thank you. I have a couple of things. So tonight we reviewed the pathways in Cactus. I know that with Foothills Academy, there was some revamping that was going to happen in Foothills Academy. So I'd love to get a short presentation, maybe some pictures or something like that of how that campus was revamped, as arts is one of our primary programs that we provide here.
I will second for you.
Thank you. Yes. And then I also, in regards to another program that is expanding, is the Met Academy. And so similarly to what we've seen tonight, I'd love to have that. And I wonder if it can be brought forward at a meeting to also highlight the event that Peoria Unified is going to be hosting, which is called the Rising to Meet the Demands of West Valley Workforce. And once that gets that's supposed to happen October 28th. And once that gets a little bit closer, to be able to highlight all the businesses and so forth that are coming in to be part of that and include how just the expansion that's happening over there.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I know that it's come before us before, and I don't know if it needs to be an agenda item or if I can just put it to the Google document, is just, again, a timeline for the hiring and so forth of the search for a new superintendent. I know we've talked a little bit about that, but maybe as we start the new year, if we can revisit just a quick, that's probably just a discussion item. So.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. And then lastly, when we look at, I think it's an opportunity, as I think it's October is Safety Month, is to review some our athletic program safety practices. And so I think there's an opportunity to have, whether it's a discussion item or a study session, where the governing board can review current safety practices, procedures within the Peoria Unified athletic programs. Maybe this is something where our director of safety and our district athletic director can just formally review to the board and the community, what is our processes for supervision, hazing prevention, coach and student athlete training, reporting options, how we communicate that to our families, what they need to do, just all of those things around our athletic program safety. We focused a lot on safety within our buildings and so forth, and I think it's a little bit trickier when it comes to our clubs and our athletic programs. So I'd love to see just an update on our continual improvement on that.
I will second.
Thanks. And that's all.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Mrs. Bowles?
So at first, I just need some clarification. So we have training that was just done with administrators in our district that Ms. Profit spoke to. Was the training on grooming, reporting, mandated reporting? Was it Title IX?
President Toby, Mrs. Bowles, it was all the above.
So can you tell me, do you know offhand what training was given? Like, is there a title of the training? I know that she had
It
said.
it was training that was developed by the Title IX coordinator, Jim Nelson, our Title IX and HR investigator, Kristen Balthus, as well as Ray Connolly, who is a well-known and experienced administrator.
So the last board meeting, I asked what training the district gives for grooming and for mandated reporting, and that it would be available for the school board, for the board, sorry, it's late. And you said that it was the online vector training, and I was like, okay, yeah, I've already had that. So what happened in between?
This information was developed specifically for the all-admin meeting.
Mrs. Bowles, would you like that information to be sent to the board?
Yes,
Friday work
but
board?
that's what I needed to get to first before I asked for that. That's why I needed explanation. Yes, I would like that information sent to the board, and if that's training that we should have, then I would like to request that we have that same training, or I don't know if it was just something someone had put together, if you have detailed information or not, to be sent to the board. It would be, I think it'd be good for all of us to be on the same page. So to offer that to the board, yes, but if you have it in writing and so we can review it to know where we're at with a new school year starting and kids on campus in a couple of weeks, it'd be good to know what they were trained in.
I'll second that.
Anything else, Mrs. Bowles? All right, Mrs. Proudfit?
I think our plate is very, very full, so none for me.
All right, and I have none for tonight either. Moving on to 14, adjournment. Just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second. Motion made by Mrs. Bowles, seconded by myself.
It appears that we voted, but we didn't vote, just saying.
Mrs. Cuthbert.
President Toby, members of the board, we did a practice run this morning for technical purposes, and since I didn't foresee anyone opposing adjourning, that was our practice run.
Okay.
We can do a verbal vote, though, if that makes everybody feel better.
That's fine. Could you just note that
All in
was a
favor,
practice
say
run?
aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, I believe we consider ourselves adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.